All right, you are ready. Great. Yeah, how about Mr. Isaiah? Is he on the call? Okay, he's not on the call, so we can kick off. So let me just do the intro. So I believe that today will be great. Yesterday was great. Today will be greater. We had great guys yesterday. How many of us had a great time yesterday? Please let me have you say one or two things on the chat. So I had a great time. It was a learning experience for all of us all together. I had a wonderful time from Mayowa, demystifying CV writing, sexy, shady, sexy at yahoo.com, all those funny emails, right? He told us to get an official email, emails that look official, that speak to our name. So I mean, a whole lot of other things. So the videos will be available on our website, on our YouTube channel. We're going to upload all the videos on the YouTube channel, so you could go and then watch again and again for as many times as you want to watch it. So today there will be lots of games. There will be lots of speakers coming. There'll be a lot of learning experience. There's even a job opportunity that we're going to share at the end of the event. A link to a job opportunity. It's not us giving the job. It's a company that reached out to us to say we should laud it for them. So we're going to share that as well at the end of the event today. There are games, so we're noting all those who won the games. We're going to give them the gifts that we promised. It's going to be airtime, so don't expect something. It's not a trip to Dubai, so, and then there's going to be, like I said, the Facebook man is also coming up. Today, we're starting with acing interviews. How do you ace interviews? How do you do well in your interviews? Do you have an interview with a company, blah, blah, blah? How do you, all of those skills and nitty-gritty that you need to have to get those job interviews. So those are things we'll be talking about today. I'm very sure that it's going to be a great time. So let's kick off. Mr. Femi, yeah, it's a good time to start. Thank you.
Thank you so much for having me. Good morning, everybody. How are you doing today? Please confirm you can hear me.
We can hear you. We're doing great. Thank you. We can see you as well.
Great. Great. Yeah. Thank you so much. Good morning, everybody. Mr. Femi Fawole, can you display the slides, and let's start with that, or should I display from here?
Please do from your end, but I have your polls ready.
Thank you so much. Oh, perfect. Thank you. All right, let me start by talking about myself a bit. I started out being an entrepreneur while on campus, where I learned how not to be an entrepreneur. And to be a better person, basically. From there, moved into training and development, encouraging people on how they can make better use of their time while in school. And of course, started employability training, CV writing, all of those things, passing interviews, research and development. Then I joined the large corporates, where I started as a generalist, and moved into organization advisor role, where I was able to craft people's strategy, operational model for the space of time. Recently, I'm working as a tech recruiter alongside being a management associate. What I simply do is design interview instruments, job descriptions, all of those things, and see how that ties into our overall strategy, what the organization wants to achieve in the next 5 years, next 1 year, and see how to design all of those things through people, ensure that it's formed into that DNA. So when you talk to somebody from my company, how the person should sound, and then see how we can achieve those goals in the next 5 years. Basically, that is just Femi in a nutshell. Aside all of those things, I would just say that I'm somebody that has been privileged and graced. I'm like you, so let's talk. Please, you could display my slide. So today, I'd want us to, but before the slide, please just display the poll. I'd like to know people I'm talking to in terms of your opinion on interview. So I have a poll here. Thank you, sir. I'm scared of interviews. Please select one of those single choice answer. I'll be waiting to see your response. Right. Okay, so while that is ongoing, could please share my screen? You could please share the slide so I can continue from there. All right, so while my slide is coming up, interviews are such an important tool to every organization. We see it as a way where, we test candidates and test, if this candidate is best suited for certain roles that, we want these candidates to fit into. I'm sharing my screen right away. Please confirm you can see my screen.
Yes, but please help us put it on full screen. Thank you.
All right, great. All right, let's talk about job interviews. A few notes before we continue. The subject is inexhaustive. I cannot finish this in the number of minutes I'm giving, but that means there are a lot of things to discuss when it comes to interview, but I'll do well to wrap around the summary. After this event, we'll be having some mentorship session where I could go deeper into it with a few people. And thank you for the privileged valued dreams for this platform. I'm so privileged to be here. I've been learning since yesterday from Mayowa to Madam Yinka to the CDO to everybody. The stories are so inspiring. Thank you so much for blessing us. Then I know that you may not agree with some of my points at the moment, which of course I'm expecting. And then some of you would agree with me, but if you need a conversation on that, please, let's do that after the lecture or just raise your hands. Let's talk about it. The next is if you have a question during this class, please raise your hands virtually and I'll call you during the presentation. Of course, if you have questions as well too, please let me know. And most importantly, let's have fun. And the pronunciation of my name is Phmie. So try that. Femi. Okay, great. Thank you so much. So definition of interview, I found this definition quite interesting and important, which speaks to interviews are used to gauge your personality, strength, and the weakness of the candidates. And of course, to see how you can handle some of these roles that will be given onto you. And to see if you're suitable for this job. So most times when you are interviewed, the panelists or the assessors wants to know what your strengths are, what your weaknesses are, and how you're able to handle the role. Most importantly, some of us want to test why you can work in this culture, if you're a culture fit in that space. What does that mean? Every organization has their own identity and they want people that are able to fit into that identity. So if you meet somebody in Google, for example, there's a way they talk, there's a way they think, so they want that embedded in them, same as Tesla, and same as Sterling. You could see some of my colleagues with the way they speak. Oh, great, I like the results I'm seeing already. A lot of people are neutral, more people are scared. All right, and then just a few of us are very confident, which is great. Thank you so much for the feedback. Thank you, sir. Which makes it very interesting, to be honest with you. Even people that are way experienced, they still have that code fit when they are about to do one interview or the other. Let me tell you a secret about myself. Don't tell anybody, please. I've so much studied interview for a while. I'm just curious about that study of interview for a long time that I watch interviews from showbiz to politics to a lot of fields. And the first time I met the person that's my beautiful wife, I met her as a person. I started interviewing her, that she looked at me and she said, slow down, slow down, slow down. Is this an interview session? And I was just sharing that conversation with her today and she was just laughing, It's quite interesting. I've studied this so well that it has become a part of me. I can literally wake up in the dream wake up from sleep and try to go for an interview because it's constant rehearsal. I'll get to some of the processes. It's very simple. You can learn from it. We can all develop from there, and then we can move forward. I share with you another experience of that. I was privileged to be in another interview at sometime last year, and was so surprising to me that at the end of the session, somebody held my hands and then shook it and said, "Thank you so much for coming." And guess who the person is? Panel member. So that to me sort of boosted my confidence to an extent. That to an extent we can actually get to a stage where interviews can be inspiring, where you can be yourself and where you can speak freely, So panelists are beginning to understand that, HR people are beginning to understand that, and they are, everybody's becoming free when it comes to interviews. So let me just run through a few things, types of interviews and how you identify them. Traditional interviews, that's one you do face-to-face. You get to meet people, they talk to you face-to-face, and that's what everybody knows. Then we have phone interviews. Phone interviews are mostly, it's mostly the first stage. When you are interviewed, it's mostly the first stage. You should know that after this interview, there'll be another one, there'll be a follow-up. Now, at this stage, please, impression matters a lot. I'll be talking about traditional interview much later. I'll tell you a bit how to ace it. I'll tell you about virtual interviews as well. But then phone interviews are very, very important to prepare for as well, because it's about impression. So I give you a good example. I was privileged to interview 2 interns. Candidates are supposed to intern for a certain hiring manager. And I called the 2 of them. The hiring manager gave me something real clear. I just want somebody that is friendly, that I can work with, and is eager to learn. So I called the first person, rang a line, and said, "Hello, how you doing? We're seeing pleasantries." And so every time I kept asking a question, she answers me monosyllabic, "Hello, how you doing? Fine. Is it a good time to talk? Yes. If it's not a good time, it's okay. I can call you later. No, it's a good time to talk. All right, so what do you understand by this? I don't have any idea about it. Okay, so why did you apply for this internship? I just want to learn. And when I was done with that, I asked her 2 more questions, and your guess is as good as mine. Then the next person, I called the person, and they had just 2 candidates, and they wanted 1 person. That means one of them was just good enough for them. So I called the next person, and the person said, "Hello, hi, how you doing today? I'm fine. My name is so. I'm calling from so. Oh, really great. So I'm here to just chat with you a few minutes. Oh, I have a headache, but I don't mind." I was like, "Oh no, if I have a headache, no problem. I'll call you later." He said, No, I don't mind. Let's talk now. Let's talk now. And we got talking. I could hear her smiling. I could hear her, being in her element. And then when I asked her about her passion, it's as if everything just lit up. She just started talking about her passion. This person just studied agricultural science, and I'm interviewing her for HR role. So really, it wasn't about the background or the experience. It was just, for me, it was just the passion. I heard the passion. I heard, I just perceived that she was smiling. She felt so comfortable on the call. Guess what? She got the internship role, and that was it. Just that alone differentiated her amidst other candidates. So it's so important for you to please make that first impression when it comes to phone interview. The next is video interview, which is of course, what we're used to these days. But then video interviews, after phone screening, sometimes some organizations, international organizations, use this as the next stage. They want to see how you look on screen. And they want to, see how you know how to use some of these technological systems like Zoom that we have. So you need to be 100% ready. You need to be ready with your earpiece. You need to be ready with the ambience of your space. You need to be ready with your background. And the good thing about some of these interviews, you just need to prepare from here. So yeah, the rest is history. So I mean, give it your best shots. Get to buy that earpiece. Some of these things don't even cost a lot. Get to buy that earpiece, test it ahead of time. You can have free access on Zoom for 45 minutes or 40 minutes to call some of your friends. Call your friends ahead of that time. Try recharging your line to test, the internet connection. If one is not working, let another one work at that time. You could do some of those things. And some of us know some internet providers, especially in my country, that knows how to, not to make video conversations really smooth. So you need to be ready with some of these things. It's very important. Some of you know some of them that are very reliable. If it's just for you to use that or subscribe for a day package for that interview, I think you should give it a shot because you should prepare for that as well. The next is case study interview. Now, case study interview is one interesting one because, so I give an example. A case study interview is more specialized format in which you're given a business problem. They give you a business problem and ask you to solve it. So in a case study interview, really, the interviewer does not have all the answers. So your job is to convince this person that these are the answers. These are the things you're not seeing here. So one thing I would advise anybody going through case study interview is write out the problems at the beginning. That's the first thing. Write out all the problems. Okay, this is not happening. That is not happening. This is not happening. Then write the advantage, like you're doing SWOT. Write the advantage. SWOT is, for people that do not know, strength, weaknesses, opportunities, and threats. Although that is just to evaluate organizations, but you're evaluating organizations most times in case studies. You need to really write down all of those things. What are the strengths of these organizations? What are the weaknesses? They will write all those things. There are clues there. What are the opportunities? Where are they not looking towards? And then what are the threats involved? Tell them the projections for the next 1 year. Tell them that you're assuming some of these other things. That in the next 5 years, if this is not well taken care of, this is likely what is going to happen. This is likely what's going to happen. So case studies are one easy way to test how candidates think. So you need to be prepared for that. I'll tell you how to prepare for some of these things at a later time as well too. But there's no better way to prepare than to keep studying some of these case studies. They are there on the internet. Just type interview case studies around. You learn how to analyze some of these things quicker. Some of them may be about sales. Some of them may be about the week of sales. There's always a clue somewhere that points to the other one. You don't have to be a salesperson to understand that greatly. You just put yourself in that shoes. When it's time for case studies, be empathetic. Put yourself in the shoes of the person that the organization, and then begin to drop some of those things. Oh, if I do this, then what is this? If I do this, then what is this? And then let's go to the next one, which is puzzle interview. So puzzle interview is like case study interview, but puzzle interview just wants to test how witty you are, or not really like how funny you are, but then how you can think outside the box. So for example, you are asked cases around, okay, so I consulted for someone some time ago, and the challenge that was given to them is go bring the 94, USA 94 Nigerian jersey. Bring the USA 94 Nigerian jersey to the next interview. And everybody went ahead, started looking for all those things. Then I asked the person, I said, oh, okay, thank you. And I asked the person, I said, do you think any legend would like to give you the USA 94 jersey? The person said, no. So what do you think they're looking for? Mostly in that space, they just want to see how creative you are. So they said USA 94 and they put that in quotation mark. So what you should do is get a Nigerian jersey and write USA 94 behind it. So that when you come to the interview, defend that. Tell them why that is Nigerian jersey, USA 94. You understand? And guess what? That was the answer to it. The next thing they asked them is, what's the difference between creativity and innovation? They just want to see how innovative you are. How innovative you are. So some of those things are just puzzle questions around us. You just want to see how quickly you can think on your feet. And the next is launch interview. Now, if your potential employer asks you out on lunch, professional lunch, that's a good sign, really. The person wants to see how you are able to handle conversations over a lunch or over a meal. They want to see how you can handle conversation with the powerful chicken. My advice to you is that start trying the fork and the knife, how to work with the tool now. It is very important. You need to learn all those eating etiquettes. It's very important now. And then this is one advice I would give any guy. Please and please, if the meat is too hard, leave it. Focus on other things. It's, you don't have to eat everything on the plate. You understand? But while you're doing that, ensure that you do not have food in your mouth while you're eating, so that you have that table manner. You understand? So the table manner is what the person is trying to observe and is trying to see how you're engaging your heart. They will do everything to make you feel comfortable. But remember, it's still an interview. If you like everything I've been saying or some of those things I've been saying, please just give me thumbs up somewhere. I'd like to see the interaction. Then next is group interview. Group interviews are not common. You won't find that regularly. This happens maybe in sales roles most times. They want to just see perspectives, how all of you, and then sometimes you find them doing that for, oh, thank you so much, guys, thank you. Sometimes you find them doing this for when there are a lot of candidates they need to talk to at the same time. So for group interview, one thing I would advise you to do is, if you are the last on the list, or you're like maybe some others have to answer before you, please listen well to what others have said. Then start by asking yourself, what unique thing should I say? So it could be your definition, it could be your thought, it could be your perspective, but please don't refer to another candidate. Don't say, oh, like that candidate said. Don't say that. Just say your own point, just speak out. You know what we're trying to test at that time is your uniqueness. How are you easily swayed by others' opinions? Don't get caught up in that trick. So when you start listening to others and you start saying, oh, like the first candidate said, don't say that. That's an offense. So please just go straight to your own point and say, oh, this is this and that. Then, try to summarize what everybody has said. There's a beauty in that. It's a trick. Don't tell anybody I told you. There's a beauty in that. The beauty in that is that you sound more intelligent than everybody at that moment. Then if you're the first person, oh God, I'm praying for strength for you. All right. So if you're the first person to be in a group interview, to be asked questions in a group interview, what you should do is, if you do not understand the question, or you do understand the question, but you need time to think about it, let me teach you this trick. For example, you're asked, what do you think about Nigeria's economy? Thank you so much for that question. If I got your question right, you are asking me what I think of the Nigerian economy, the current one, or in relation to the previous time. At that time, I'm asking the question. Ask slowly. I'm thinking. I'm highlighting my point into it. So I'm thinking about it. Oh, you mean, are you saying that the Nigerian economy, right from colonization or pre-colonization to date, if I got your question right, then the person said, oh, so what I'm trying to say is, at that time, again, you're thinking. That's bought you more time. You understand? So ensure that you're asking that same question in a different way. And then ask slowly, so that will give you more time to think through what you really want to say. Next is working interview. This happens for tech hires. Sometimes we ask them to code while we're discussing. We want to observe their thought patterns. This happens to engineers. This happens to salespeople. So salespeople, you say, oh, if you can get me so in so time, or sell to this person now, this product. I'm telling you about the product, sell to this person. Now, the truth about this is, don't panic. If you're prepared for this, this is the time to shine. Understand? Be in your element in all of those things. If you tech talent and that is what you're giving, it's your time to shine. Just keep working. What we really want to know at that time is your thought pattern. How do you think? How do you solve problems, basically? So that's working interview for you. I call it practical interviews. The next I'll be discussing is behavioral-based interview. Now, let me stop at these two. These are two important ones. This behavioral-based interview, which is called critical behavior interview, some organizations call it competency-based interview. It's new in Nigeria. Only few organizations practice this. And those organizations really know what they want. If you do not have it, you do not have it. They have predictors that could state, okay, this is who you are. So maybe, for example, what they're testing is flexibility, creativity. So they will tell you at the beginning, these are the competencies we are testing, creativity. They will define the competencies to you. Now, this is where I'll tell you how to pass this. It's not that simple, but it's possible. It's easy. Because if you do not have it inside of you, you do not have it. But there's an easy way to attack some of those questions. Now, most of the time when they're asking you some of these critical behavior interviews, they're trying to go into your experience. Most times they don't really even need work experience, but you need to be able to tie that into what they really want you to say. Okay, so for example, you be asked things around creativity. They may define creativity and say, so tell me a time when you were able to creatively solve a solution, blah, 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 and co, and this. So while they're asking that question, you take time to form a story, not a story that is not real. Craft a story. This is where your storytelling skills comes. Craft a story that's happened to you a long time ago. So you could say, for example, when I was in school, this happened and that happened. And this was how I was able to solve it, or, oh, when, I had an internship opportunity 2 years ago where I was able to do this, I was able to do that. However, there was a problem in that loop where you had to do this, you had to do that. It could even be you handling, like Mayowa said yesterday, it could be you handling being the general secretary of an association while you're in school. And then the challenge that was posed at you was you guys are supposed to have your program, your organization day, and there was no money. So how were you creative around it? It could be raising funds, all of those things. It could be, by privilege, I was able to handle a few leadership positions. One of them was, many of them were actually religious when I was in school, and then even outside school. I remember handling a project that went up to as much as, sales went up to as much as, the cost went up to as much as 500,000. I was able to make sales of close to millions and manage it. My people, I was able to turn that into an interview case study back at then. I told them I was able to manage a project that spanned into 500,000, and I was able to achieve sales into millions, into 1.5 million from a project that costed us 500,000 naira. Who wouldn't want to hear that? I told them how I changed, paid the debt of a unit, and how I convinced people to keep reading books by doing public speaking and all of those things, and telling them books I've learned, all of those things and and giving them book review. And from that, I was able to I bring up interest of people in buying books, and I transformed the unit that was in loss into a profit-generating unit. And I left the savings of the unit in 6 figures. That alone, anybody will want to listen to you. I told them how I joined the organization, and they didn't have a YouTube channel. And what I created was a YouTube channel. As I was discussing that, somebody was checking out the YouTube channel. I said, oh, you didn't? Oh, I can't find the YouTube channel. One of them, I said, oh, this is the YouTube handle. So please just go on this and you get it. And the woman looked at me and said, the issue I have with you is that your mouth is so sweet. Guess what? At that time, I had 0 years of experience. The only experience I've had was that I created an organization while I was in school. I co-founded an organization when I was in school. And then I was privileged to be in student unionism and then religious leadership. So I was able to coin some of those experiences around it. So behavioral-based interviews are simply around things that you're going through on a daily basis. How you're able to find your way around it, how you're able to, maneuver situations and find your way around it. The next is stress interview. And this one is the interview that, in just 10 minutes or 5 minutes, you should be able to sell yourself quickly. Oh, I studied zoology, and that has taught me how to be empathetic to people, because animals do not really know what to say. They don't even know how they're feeling. But my job is to learn or to know how to take care of them and to keep them from extinction. So these skills, I've been able to translate it into student leadership, where I was the so. Just sell yourself in 10 minutes. Always have that pitch ready. There's something unique about the course you're studying. There's something unique about the experiences you've had in life. There's something unique about the people you've met in life. There's something unique about the association you've joined in life. Ensure that you wrap a story around it. Perhaps you studied mathematics and you're coming for maybe a job in finance. I mean, that is easy. Or maybe you're coming for a job in customer experience. You could say, oh, because of my mathematical background, I'm able to solve complex situations and make it easy, and make it easy for the layman to understand. I've been able to solve equations for and make it easy for, most of these jobs, what is really needed in that space is communication. So find a way to say, I've been able to solve complex things and discuss it in layman terms for people to really understand. So stress interviews like job ons, impromptu interview, somebody came to your department for, career fair. There's one career fair I cannot forget. Master students were supposed to go interview them on spot. And then I just noticed that, one of them, somebody wrote star methods works. I'm getting there as well too. I just noticed that some of them kept talking to each other on who they really want to talk to at that point. And she kept smiling at me from across the table. So I was really curious. So I said, please come. Then she came to me and I said, why were you smiling? He said, at first, I love your tie. God Almighty. She caught my attention, And then I said, so what would you like to do? She said, I love marketing. I love digital marketing, And you could see the way her face brightened up. Like, I don't need much words. That has convinced me. Whatsoever is it that you like, you would see that my voice came from like 40 something to like 100 in a few minutes. Whatsoever you like, when you are discussing, you can't help yourself. Your voice, your look, your eyeballs, your smiles, all of those things will radiate those things. Then I'll come to how you can actually express yourself. Now, before I interview, what are the things you should note? Before interview, the first thing is understand the job requirement. Understand the job requirement. Read through it very well. Know about that job. Know about the job you're applying for. That you can give a summary on that. It's very important. Read it. Don't just assume that it's just there. They put those information for certain things, and there are clues there already because they'll be testing for those competence. The next is match your profile. Match requirements to your profile. Now, most jobs may not fit your profile 100%, but will maybe fit your profile like 70% or thereabout. So always match it. Look at the skills and look at things you've done so far and begin to match it with your qualifications, with your skills. And now you can, merge or harmonize some of these things in a space. Excuse me. I remember there was a point where I was trying to get something in statistics and they said, oh, it's for math students and all of those things. And I said, well, I studied physics and one of the courses that like Mr. Kwes said yesterday, some of us really studied other courses and they will find our passion. I studied physics, but I'm in human resources now. Then, I said I studied physics, so I'm able to understand, and one of the courses I learned is statistical physics, and I'm able to understand how a minus, a plus, what it means in the human factor, all of those things. Guess what? That was convincing enough. They believed me, and I told them I've been able to work on research so far, and I've done field research before. I've interviewed people, gone to the nooks and crannies of Lagos to do all of those things. I took those jobs so that I can have some of those things to talk about. So sometimes you take some internships, not because they're paying very much, but you take them so that you can learn. It's very important. So match those requirements to your profile, then go through your resume. Sometimes you're asking candidates about, oh, you did this and then you move from there. Oh, really? Oh, when was that? Very interesting. I remember there was a time we were trying to interview somebody for a technical role, technical recruiter. And I said, okay, so what do you understand by this role? I said, if it's in this sector, I know better. If it's not in this sector, I don't know. And this person has like over 10 years of experience. So I kept asking myself, what have you been doing? Go through your resume. The person wrote a lot of things on his resume that he or she does not even understand. So I kept asking him, I said, all right, you said you're a technology recruiter, a technical recruiter. So have you heard of this language? So if I mention this language, which skill is this? So is this a framework or a language? And at the end of the day, it became a lecture. He said, let me write down some of those things. I think I would learn better. Well, which is really good because now he now knows how to go for several interviews than before, and we made ourselves comfortable. He learned a few stuff and he'll be better off in the next interview. Then know the company. Google that company, know certain things about them. There was an organization I was Googling at some point, and I saw, they said, we have physical presence in countries like UK, Canada, and Africa. So when they asked me, do you have any question? I said, yes. And the question I wanted to ask them is that Africa is not a country. So why did you write that on your website? That could sound a bit intriguing, but I was surprised. I could say, oh, I'm really surprised that the organization thinks of Africa as a country when it's a continent that has a lot of companies under it. They may smile at it, and it's just, I just noticed, I could say, oh, I noticed on your website, maybe you could change that to more countries that, you have presence in. You could write, you have presence in Gambia and Nigeria and some of those things. And why that is important is that in that organization, they wrote it on their website that they want, they are big on diversity and inclusion. So, and if you're interviewing me for a role that should push diversity and inclusion, I should tell you about it, that this is what other African countries or candidates would perceive your organization to be. So you should correct this on your website. Then I noticed the blend around their CEOs and their EDs and their country managers. And I spoke about it. The guy just kept smiling. And I told them about their merger and acquisition. Because I went, aside what was on our website, I went to Wikipedia. So I learned about the merger and acquisition. I learned what each of those products were doing. And I kept talking to it. It was like, wow, you really researched us. You should research the company. If possible, search those people on LinkedIn. Read their profile. Ask them. Some of them, I discovered that this person studied mechanical engineering, but you're an HR. How did you get there? Tell me about your story. All of those things makes it interesting. So know about the company, know about their CEOs, then have a mental interview. Oh, my wife is tired of me already. I have interviews on the spot. Not because I watch a lot of interviews. I'm just so fascinated when it's showbiz, when it's politics, when it's TED Talks. I've watched a lot of TED Talks. I just listen to it. And sometimes I'm rehearsing in front of a mirror and talking about it. I'm asking her I'm telling her, ask me difficult questions, and I'm preparing people. The more I prepare people for interviews, the better I get. It just helps me. So some of them think, oh, he knows a lot. The truth about it is there's still a lot of things I should learn. I'm learning a lot like yourself. And do I have that code fit sometimes? Yes, I do as well. When I have such, I have code fit. So all of us goes through that. But have a mental interview in your head. Visualize the whole process. Visualize how you speak through things, all of those things. Then let me get to some other interesting part. Now, types of questions. I'll run straight into this. The right questions are questions that you would. So do you like smiling as a customer experience person? Yes or no? They want you to answer yes, but please don't just say yes. But yes, then give short reasons towards that. Indirect questions will really probe into how you feel, your feelings, what you think, all of those things. Please just give it, be short and firm about it. Then structuring questions, those panel will tell you that we're about to ask you questions of creativity. Now we're moving to innovation. So it's as if you're having a mental shift immediately. Then follow-up questions. For any interviewer that is interested in you and really wants to help you, most times they will ask you questions from the answers you're giving. So what I advise every candidate to do is that every question you give, let it go back to your area of comfort, your experiences. So when I'm asking questions, follow-up questions, it's like you are pushing me to your strength. Do you understand? It's like you're pushing me to your strength, Then the next is follow-up probing questions. Probing questions are just, direct questions. They're trying to see how you react, all of those things into, and then specifying questions. They ask you, so when you say this, what do you mean? Then interpreting questions. Do you mean that your leadership role has to change from one of encouraging others to more directive one? They are trying to interpret what you mean, what you've done over the years. Sometimes they say, oh, you moved from so-so to so-so. Does it mean you're scared of leadership? How come over 10 years you've not been a team lead? Do you have issues with leadership? All of those things are interpreting questions. Then I'll just quickly talk through, tell me about yourself questions. Some of the questions you'll find, and then I'll talk about some other things around the interview day itself. Tell me about yourself. This question is easy. However, it's a tricky one. Like one of the panelists wrote in this in the comment section as well. Sometimes, no, we'll talk about STAR later, but this one speaks to you. We really don't know. I want to know about your family over here. If we want to know about your family, we ask, so tell me about your family. What we want to know at this moment is a few minutes pitch of who you are. Now, there's somebody that wrote it in a way I really like, Lily Zhang. Lily Zhang said, it's good to write it to discuss in your present, talk about your present, talk about your past, and talk about your future. So my name is Oluwafemi. Currently, I'm a tech recruiter and a management associate at Sterling. Previously, I've been an entrepreneur. where I did research and development. Then I moved into training. And at some point I was into outsourcing, where I transformed the organization with so, and I pioneered this, I pioneered that. Then move into the future. My eventual career path is to be a that method works like magic. So you talk about your current, then talk about your past. Then when you're rounding off everything, talk about achievement. How you're able to transform your task into profits. Talk about achievement in that space. You understand? Just mildly blow your horn, mildly. Don't sound proud. Just mildly blow your horn. Be very careful. And how to know when you're sounding off bodies. So sometimes this is one of my tricks. Sometimes when I'm doing interviews, because I'm married, so I ask my wife to stay around me. So I ask her to listen, and then I ask her at the end of the day, I'm like, so how did I do? So that helps me prepare for another interview in a better way. One of the ways that, so let me talk about, then I'll discuss later freely. Why do you want to work in our company? This should be a very simple question, but please don't sound generic. Because I've always loved to be in a bank and cool. No, all banks knows that they offer the same services and products. Every bank knows that. Every organization knows what their competitor does differently and what they do differently. So what you need to do is find that uniqueness in them. So for example, if you're discussing with the Sterling, no, I'm about to give you a trick. Don't tell anybody. Tell us how you are impressed with our innovation. Tell us how you've followed us so far on social media. Tell us how we are leading conversations among the youths. We're so happy to hear those things. You understand? If you're discussing with other banks that I won't want to mention their names, where it's about profit, tell them how you're impressed with how they drive performance and connect it with profits. Tell them their financial reports. The only thing you just need to know is their profit before tax last year and this year. I like how you drove profit from 11 billion or 110 billion to 150 billion. I'm so, I'm fascinated about that. And that speaks to me, myself. Pragmatic, I want to see the end of things once I start it. All of those things, find a way where you can coin what they're doing in the organization into your own personal life easily. So the next is, why do you want this job? Now, companies just want to hear what you're passionate about, what is unique about you. I like meeting people. I enjoy meeting people. I enjoy networking. I feel this will give me an opportunity to meet people. It will make me, all of those things. Just discuss what you're passionate about and see how that can transform profits for them. Everybody wants to know how you can help them make more money or more impact, or how to service their clients better. The next is, why should we hire you? It's so similar to that next one. Talk about their culture. At this point, tell them how you fit into their culture. Why should we hire you? It's more about, they're trying to know, how do you fit into our culture? How do you fit into team? Tell them how collaborative you are and how, you fit into their culture. Then what do you consider as your weakness? This is a very tricky question. Now, why I won't say, my weakness is I'm scared of public speaking. That is honest. Interviewers want you to be honest. But at this stage, don't put it that way. You could say, in time past, I'm not so good with public speaking, but recently I volunteered in my mosque or my church to train teenagers, and I've been building my confidence from there, or I volunteered to mentor or to, teach certain people on so, which has built my confidence over the years. I believe that in the next 2 to 3 months, I should have built it to an extent where I could discuss to large crowd or to 100 persons or to 150 persons. That is good enough. It sounds comforting. The next is, of course, your strength as well too. It's about your passion. Then what are the times you disagree with the decisions? At this stage, they may not really ask you this at entry level, but experienced hire, somebody that has experience, they will ask you some of these questions. It's okay to disagree with some things that people have said, but put it in a nice way, and not put blame on anybody. I put an example here. I learned early in my professional career that it's fine to disagree if you can back up your hunches with data. why I disagree with, there's a point when the organization was blah, 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 but why I disagree with that was when you look at our data from 2027, this is what has happened and this is what has improved. So that was why I suggested this to them and this. And they will ask you, so what was the result and what could you have done better? Well, at the end of the day, working with the team, we're able to achieve this. Don't say because they did not take your advice, so they fell down. We're able to achieve this, but I feel that we could have achieved better in this space and that. Maybe I wasn't convincing enough, or I didn't place my points well so that everybody could understand. But next time, I've started taking executive presentation on LinkedIn Learning, and now I know how to put my reasons and my facts in a better perspective. Kind of mistake you've made is similar to your weaknesses, but this time around is they want to know about your self-awareness and how what you're doing to rectify it. Why are you leaving your current job? Don't say because of money. Oh, career advancement. Those are generic questions. Keep it simple. Oh, over there, currently I'm probably a talent acquisition person, but I know that working in the organization, I realized that is connected to talent management and talent acquisition. I feel this will give me opportunity to learn other fields that I'm not familiar with. Simple. Or just say something that is more unique about the new role you're going towards. So I noticed item 6 on your job description, that this with this and this with that. I'm excited about that, and I really want to grow my experience in that space. I'm rushing because of my time. Then, which is similar to, I agree with the panelists that said STAR. STAR method works all the time. When you ask a question, look into situation, task, action, and results. Situation. When I was in school, I led a group of colleagues in a team presentation. That situation and task. I've told you the situation, I've told you the task. No, we're asked to come up with a presentation on so. I had a colleague, I led a team of 20. That was the situation, that was the task. What was the action? We're able to make a presentation on this and do research on blah, 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 blah. Then what's the result? At the end of the day, the panel, most of them agree with us that this was essential for this and this to grow. However, one of them had concern on this and that. Thinking through it again, I realized that we could have done this and done that. Very simple. On the day of interview, I rushed quickly into that, and this will be where I will talk the most. Be yourself as much as possible. The truth about it is organizations that really know what they're doing, they have a particular trait they are looking for. So for example, in a team that has people that looks like me, I look a bit like bookworm with my glasses. If I remove the glasses, maybe I do not look like that. You have, a lot of people in that space that looks like me, and they just want somebody that is groovy and jivey, just be yourself. You could miss that opportunity by trying to look like a nerd. You understand? I mean, people that are nerds are comfortable with that, but when you're trying to hack that out, we'll spot that difference and, that's integrity that is at stake. Then, just be yourself. Once you know about the job, be yourself, flow into it. The next is dress comfortably. So I put this, isn't that too risky? Oh, my network is really bad. Oh, apologies. Is it my network? Please confirm that you can hear me.
We can hear you clearly. Not your network.
I hear you and see you clearly as well.
Oh, thank you so much, sir. Thank you.
Must be that person's network.
Oh, great. Because I was trying to cross every T's and dot every. So, be yourself. I mean, be comfortable. For this, I wrote this for tech hires. Where plot that you're comfortable in. In fact, what we like is in the tech space, what we like is we want to see how weird you look, because that creates diversity in the team. Sometimes, you have the afro, you have the shirt, all of those things. I want to ask you, so what informed this choice of dress, or what is from this form of outfit? We want to just know, we're just curious about it. Now, to be very honest with you, I don't dress like this all the time. I don't wear the suit and the tie all the time because of the people I'm trying to attract at the moment. Yeah, but if you're going for a corporate interview, always do something. If you're a guy, you can't get it wrong on a white shirt. Please note, you can't get it wrong on a white shirt. At most, sky blue shirt or blue. let the blue be very mild. Then, if you're a dark guy like myself, a blue suit is really good on you. It will pop your color. But if you're not comfortable with that, just go on the black. Black will mellow with your color. It will go with your color. But if you want to really pop, just wear a blue suit, a nice blue suit, and then wear plain ties. It will really help because wear some that has some texture or pattern across it. Don't wear a busy tie. That would, distract anybody. I mean, God forbid you have an interviewer that has OCD. The person may just be fully distracted, And if you're a lady, wear that great gown. Please stick to black and navy blue or blue. Some people think that ash or gray isn't a bad color. The truth about it is, in some institutions, they find that as not official, too official. So just to be on the safe side, if you do not know about that organization's codes or BA of dressing, please stick to the black, navy blue. And of course, your jewelry, make it as minimal as possible. Please, for ladies, don't wear drop-in earrings, your accessories. Ensure it's matching. For guys, if you can match the cufflinks, it's really good. If you can't, just keep it simple, silver or gold. Let it match maybe your shoe braces, or maybe your belt hook. Just something simple. If you can't, no problem. Just silver or gold, one that has black spots or blue or something. Don't make it colorful. For ladies, big earrings, please avoid it. If you have a lot of piercings in your hair, and then you want to put earrings in all of those things, you may not be seen as serious in the corporate world. Somewhat people draw conclusions by first looking at you before hearing things you have to say. At that moment, please keep it mellow. The next thing is, some people will advise you on high heel. It looks good on ladies, fantastic. But if you do not know how to carry it, please wear the ones that you can carry, but don't wear flat soles. Please, it's very important. For guys, don't wear loafers that you can't wear socks on. Wear Oxford, wear it broke. Wear a shoe that you can wear socks on. Let the socks cover through into your trouser, please. It's very important. And when it's about interview, it's not about how dirty is. We didn't notice that my shirt is dirty. No. What you should ask is, we didn't notice that my shirt is clean or my top is clean. Ensure that what you're wearing inside, you understand, and what you're wearing outside is clean, because some people are enclosed in a fitted room, and the moment you enter, they can perceive all those things inside and outside. That's when you start seeing interviewers saying, "Oh, we just want to spray this place. We've been here for a while. Yeah, it's okay. No, comfortable." You might meet, maybe you have breath issues and you've not, fully taken care of it. It's okay. Just use mouthwash or mint. Ensure you swallow some mint before you enter. Have them in your bag. You need to spray some perfume. Spray it lightly. For men, I would advise you spray it inside your jacket. Don't spray it on top of it, because of the stain. Some of them have colorations around it. Then carry a copy of your resume. Soft copy, hard copy of it, please carry it. It's very important. Carry a copy, I read it again, carry a copy of your resume, then read the venue on time, 5 minutes to 10 minutes, so that you can prepare for, even public speakers, they have to get to the venue like 5 minutes or 10 minutes, so that they can get to know the people they are discussing with at time. Then when you're facing in the interview, what should you do? Be relaxed, calm down, calm down, be relaxed. It's very important. Listen to the questions carefully, then answer. It's okay to say, "Oh, I didn't hear you clearly. Could you please repeat yourself if you don't understand?" Answer to the points. Just speak to things that are relevant. Be truthful about your answer. Why? Or what's the reason? We'll ask you a question. I ask you that same question in another form. It's a trick. It's just to study the consistency in your answer. Beware of arrogance. Don't say, "Oh, I know this like the back of my hand." Those kind of statements, they are nice, but some people may find it as arrogance. You could say, "Oh, I've done that for the past 5 years, so I could say that I'm comfortable in that space." That kind of thing. Just be mild on that. And then for people that you're a bit confused about when I said, "Oh, you wrote African as a country," find a way of saying it in a better way. So, for example, may I suggest that, on your website, you look into writing countries in Africa where you have presence, or you write the continent of Africa, because that may seem to some of the Black community of Africans as that you're not friendly, you're not in tune with our country. So that's power supply. Then, do not brag about yourself. I've said that before. Then I'm about to get to the last one. Question and answers, and I'm expecting some don't leave me moment. But before that, let me just rush into, let's call this a bonus track. Smile always and be yourself. It's important. Smile always and be yourself. It's very important. It's okay to ask questions when you're not clear. And then for every no, to prepare you for a better yes. For every no you have received today, to prepare you for a better yes at some other point. So it's very important that when you do any interview, just know that it's preparing you for another yes. So don't feel bad. Some of us have grouped in several interviews before. It's okay. Yeah? But don't beat yourself too hard. Learn from that, move on well, and trust that everything is possible to them that believe. All right, thank you so much for that. These are my credits. Thank you. Then questions and answers.
So I'll be moderating that. Thank you so much for your time. And thanks for the presentation. There is one question here, but I can answer that for you. There another one, which I'm going to ask you direct. But before we go to that level, I wanted to ask personally, what are my pointers to know whether I've done great in an interview? So let's say I finished an interview 20 minutes ago and I'm reminiscing over it. What are the things that will let me know that I've done great in that interview? I know whether you got my questions.
Fantastic question. What are your pointers that you've done great? One of them, I just give an hint. Sometimes your employers want to have lunch with you, professional lunch. The other one is they will ask you, when is your notice period? Notice period for experienced hire means that when can you tell your organization you're leaving? You understand? What time can you tell them? To what time can you resume with us? Another point is that they would say things around, if we employ you, are you willing to come to the office Monday to Friday? Something like that. For some of them that work remotely, they will tell you that, have you worked remotely before? And do you have what it takes to work remotely, like your workspace, all of those things? They will ask you some of those things. They will ask you how quickly you want to resume. That happens like regularly. What else would they ask you? Another pointer is that they may really give you kudos. Some of the interviewers that I've met, they are fair people. They will tell you, oh, thank you so much for joining this interview. I was really inspired. It's really nice to meet you, Mr. So. I look forward to meeting you again. That's a clue. Look forward to meeting you again. That's a clue. Sometimes they may say, oh, have you completed the documentation? Oh, okay. So we'll discuss after that. So just some of those subtle clues, but most times they won't give that point away. Most of the times we'll tell you we'll get back to you, and we'll actually get back to you. Thank you.
Thanks so much. So more questions have come in.
Yeah.
Okay, thank you so much for that. So more questions have come in, and I'll read them as quick as possible. And please help us answer them too, because of time. Is it okay to interact with other applicants when you go for an interview?
Yes, sure. And yeah, it depends really on you. For example, I really do not like long interactions when I'm interviewing and I have other applicants. The only time I want to really sort of discuss with them is to maybe network, get to know them, and say, oh, I'll join you on, and I'll send you a LinkedIn invite. Aside that, when I sort of get to know the profile of everybody around me, it either makes me nervous or this is just part of me. It just makes me feel like, oh man, this guy gets more opportunity than myself. So if you're that kind of person like myself, just focus on that interview to discuss, and then afterwards you could say, oh, nice suit. When you're done, can I have your number? All of these things. It just depends on individuals. If you can interact, yes, do. If you can't, it's okay.
Oh, thank you so much, sir. Please say something about eye contact during interviews.
Yes, I didn't get that. eye contact is very important, especially for panels. So when you're discussing with several panels, so I'll give you one hint around it. When you're discussing a question and then you have like panels round about you, ensure you're giving each of them like good amount of time. So this person asked me a question, I said, oh, thank you so much for the question. And then I look around, oh, yes. So when I was in school, this happened and cool. And I was just looking through it and that. And, you know, I looked at how this could work. How I learned this is, I learned this from studio recordings when I watch interviews around. I noticed that they give them clues. This is the camera to face now. This is the camera to face now. And they keep turning. But you won't notice that they are turning. So when you are interviewing, ensure that you're looking at each of them eyeball to eyeball. When you're scared to look at somebody eyeball to eyeball, look at the person's head. Yeah. They won't notice you're looking at them on their head. They'll think you're still looking at them. Then smile. How I calm my own nervousness is I smile a lot. So I look at you and I say, oh, right. Yeah, well, it's really great. I'm calming my nerve. That's what I do. Yours could be another thing, but do not sit at agonite. I mean, don't sit on your back. Sit on agonite so that you're alert, you're discussing. Gesticulate softly. Don't, you know, that's too bad. Then don't put your hands on the table, please. You know, you're not their boss. Don't put your hands on the table. Gesticulate softly, all of those things, and cool. Then, most importantly, don't tap your fingers like this or tap your legs. They would say you're nervous. You understand? If there's anything you can do to control that ahead of time, please do. Maybe it's to rub your hands a bit, you know, and rub your fingers like I'm doing now, but not to your face, close to your face. Maybe it's to rub your hands a bit, you know, and then rub your fingers and then nod when you're feeling that nervous. Just nod and say, okay, yeah, okay. You know, that helps you. Instead of tapping, just nod your head. It helps. Then some of you that are extremely shy, you can wear glasses. Sometimes I do that. It's like another pair of eyes. Thank you.
Thanks so much. I see a bunch of questions. So sorry, you allow me to give you a 30 seconds limit to each of the questions. I want us to go through them as quick as possible. 30 seconds per question.
Great.
Okay.
Thank you.
Please, how do you ask for feedback in an interview?
Okay. Feedback about your performance. Thank you so much for the opportunity. I'm happy to be part of this Babafemi. How did you think my interview went? You can ask directly, or you could say, what are the things you feel I can do better? I'm really eager to learn. That's one way to ask for feedback. Thank you. Then when they ask you, do you have questions? Please ask questions. It's very important. Yeah.
Okay, thank you so much. So in the event that you're interviewing for the same role in another company, what could be a reason for wanting to move to a new company? That's a bit of informal's questions a bit.
Yeah, I answered the question during my presentation, but then you need to find what is the uniqueness in this role. It's the same role similar to what you've been doing, but what is the uniqueness in this one? You can find that on your job description. It could be about the organization. I've studied your culture for so long, and I like how you rapidly churn products to market and how you answer questions. You could even go on their Google Play and your account and check comments that people are raising and how they answer some of those questions. It could help you in your interview. You can't tell. Just that uniqueness, very important.
So my last question for today will be, how long can I? So is it okay to place a call to the interviewer or the company a few days or weeks after the interview to know if you still have a chance of being recruited? How long can I wait to place such a call?
Okay, so for most forward-thinking companies, they'll give you a timeline to get back to you. For others, they are quite busy. It may not be their fault. So what you need to do is, I won't advise anybody to place a call through, except it's a very small company. I won't advise you to place any call through. If you have anybody there, you could call somebody there that you know very well to just help you follow up. If not, then you could just send an email to them, write it nicely. My name is so. I was interviewed at this point. I would like to know if you understand. Just type that and send that to them. And I'm eager to learn. So please let me know how I can be of better service. Then, especially when they send you those rejection emails, please thank them and then tell them what you've learned in that interview session. That's another portal opening for you. They will remember you for another interview.
Thank you so much. Last question. Can you ask for pay or salary of the job during the interview?
For most organizations, you should see that on the job description they're sending to you. When you're not clear, when they're not discussing it at that time, it's likely they should discuss it in the next interview. So I do not advise you ask at that moment. The first thing is do your research, ask people in the organization what they pay for that range, get your answers prepared. When it's time to discuss salary, they themselves will discuss that with you. And they will come to salary negotiation. Either you're asking for too much or you're asking for less. At some point, they may even ask you to fill the form and then write your expectations. So they're aware of some of these things. So I wouldn't advise you to initiate that conversation on salary. That's my opinion.
Thanks so much for taking the time and also for being practical. We're very grateful. And I myself have learned a lot. And I believe everybody on the call, on the webinar has learned a lot too. So thank you, sir. And I will be handing over to Mr. Praise to take over. Over to you, sir.
Hi, everyone. So we're going to, so we're bringing in Madam Seyi or the, she's one of the, she works with the Big Four. You know, she's going to be taking us through our mentoring system. You know, so pretty much how do you become a mentor, someone that we can mentor? You know, how do you go through the application process? You know, how are you shortlisted and all of that? So the next person that is coming up now is Seyi Comfort or the, you know, she's a manager with PwC. No, sorry, Deloitte. Forgive me. All those Big Four, they have a very strong rivalry. So she's the manager with Deloitte, and she's going to be taking us through the mentoring system. Thank you.
Okay, thank you very much, Opey, and good morning, everyone. I believe we've been having a very insightful session. Yesterday was very amazing, and this morning as well. Even I have learned from the speaker. So this is just to go straight to the mentorship program, which is a very important part of what we are doing. So there's one quote here that says that anyone that's successful, I'm just summarizing this, I'm not saying it verbatim, has definitely had a big push at some point in their lives. And while all of us, the mentors and the organizing committee were discussing, it was something that really jumped out, that most of us have had a helping hand. We've had someone that's pushed us at some point, someone that was looking out for us at some point. So, we feel it's important to pay this forward, and it's not unusual that sometimes you have questions, you have gray areas. We've had sessions of conversations, but you'd want to take this forward. So the purpose of this mentorship is really to have a formalized program where you can learn, you can understand, the process of recruiting better, and have a one-on-one relationship with your mentors. So the next slide talks to, I'm just trying to move. Okay, what does the mentorship offer you? The first thing the mentorship offers you, like I said, is direct individualized mentoring by experienced professionals. So everyone on the mentorship panel, all the mentors are experienced. They are very well versed in their fields. They are people that have been there, done that, recruited, had job, been on the job search streets, and they've one way or the other found their way into the system. Some of them have spoken on this panel. Some of them are still going to speak to us later today. So you have that direct relationship with them in the course of the mentorship. And we are going to be doing the matching on the basis of what your areas of interest are. What field do you want to specialize in? It's possible that you study the biochemistry like myself, and you want to move into finance like I currently do. So it's not based on what you've studied or where you're coming from, but what you want to do, because that way you are getting relevant information that is specific to you. And that takes me to the next point, which is on understanding the workforce in your chosen field. Because the way the workforce works in different fields is different. From the previous speaker, if you notice, sometimes he was saying, oh, we do this for tech recruiters, we do this for sales professionals. So because you're working with someone that is in your field, you are able to understand what the specifics are in that field. What exactly are they looking for? What is the dynamic of the field? What kind of skill sets are important in this field, and how do they recruit? Do they recruit by publishing? Do they recruit by referrals? Do they recruit by, really just how do they recruit? So you really just get to understand the recruitment dynamics, because these people, again, have that experience. Also, because you know what they are looking for, then you're better able to strategize on how to market yourself. It's a marketing environment at the end of the day. You're trying to sell something. You're trying to sell yourself. You're a salesman. So what should you do? How do you bridge the gap between where you are today and the kind of employee that they are looking for? And in the case where you are able to secure an interview, how do you tailor your responses to fit into that role? And it's also an opportunity for you to meet other professionals, because the aim is that one way or the other, you get to build relationships with other mentees. And this shows that everybody that is willing to learn, that is in this bucket of mentees, they are the kind of people you want to grow with, you want to have relationships with in future. So you have that access, and you also have access to resources, because the mentees, or the mentors rather, will be able to share resources with you, things that have helped them, materials, books, trainings, whatever it is that could help you in learning and developing. So we're not just stopping here, we're taking it forward, like I said. And the aim also is to have focused skill development workshops tailored to your needs. So if we identify that there's a common need that cuts across all the mentees, we are able to have sessions here and there to ensure that those skill gaps are bridged. So instead of having it in different buckets, we can have specialized mentorship workshop sessions rather for different mentees. And we definitely promise you confidentiality. Be assured that if you tell your mentor that, let's say your mentor works in, let me use a random example now that just comes to mind. Your mentor works in UBA, and you tell your mentor that, oh, you're recruiting with Access Bank and you are working with GT Bank. Someone that is working in your bank wouldn't know that you're recruiting with Access Bank. So he would keep that information confidential, so you can be sure to share anything you want, professionally, anything you want with your mentor, because how open you are also influences how much you can get and how well your mentor can help you. So we guarantee you confidentiality, and we also expect confidentiality from you as well, because there's times when mentors can share personal stories, but it's expected that there's respect on both ends. For the projects, the program schedule, it's going to be a 5-month program. The first month is really going to be for introductions, after we've done the assessment and selection as well, expectation setting, because without clear expectations, it's easy for us to just run through the program and no one is satisfied. So it's important that we know clearly what you want from the mentorship program. What are your expectations? So this is part of what's going to make up the first month. And in that first month, we'll try to identify needs so that we can start tailoring our content, our conversations, our advice, our guidance towards those needs. The second month, we're planning to have a workshop that kind of aggregates all the different needs from different groups, different mentorship clusters, to have a central workshop just focusing on one major thing that people seem to be struggling with across board. Not also forgetting the fact that your mentors would have been providing guidance to you along the line. Month 3 is going to be our mid-semester or mid-program review and assessment, because again, it's very important that we have clear expectations and we are able to track and assess that we are meeting up to that expectation. So in the month 3, we have a review and assessment period. Month 4, another workshop, and the final month is the official close and final assessment. So it's a 5-month period, and while it is a 5-month intense focused mentorship period, we expect that the relationships are lifelong. Of course, you can't, if I'm your mentor, for instance, I wouldn't say that I don't know you or don't call me after the program, but this 5 months just makes sure that we're focused and all hands are on deck for this mentorship, and we have clear expectations within this period. So how do you optimize your mentorship experience? First of all, be hungry hungry, be humble, be teachable. When you're hungry, you are easily able to ask questions. You are able to soak up every information that you get. When you're hungry, it drives the things that you do. Hunger is what makes you go online, do your own research, and then refer to your mentor and say, oh, this is what I found online. Are you able to provide more guidance on this? Are you able to shed more light on, what I found online? So if you're not hungry, it's tough and difficult for your mentor to help you. There's a very popular adage that says that you can take the horse to the river, but you can't force the horse to drink water from the river. So it's your hunger that really determines how much you can take. That's what determines your capacity. So we encourage you to be hungry, to be humble, because there are times when you will get direct feedback and you should be willing to take it without being defensive. If you tell me, for instance, that I speak very fast, that is, I wouldn't be surprised, because I know that I do. I speak very fast sometimes, but I shouldn't be defensive and say, oh, that's how I am, that's who I am. You should be open to say, how do I improve on speaking too fast? What should I do? What are the kind of resources that can help me? So be open to taking feedback and be not be defensive. Also be proactive. If you're hungry, you'll be very likely a proactive person, and be willing to take practical steps towards self-development. The program is not just for you to say, oh, I know this person, these people can help me get jobs. No, it's about helping them. It's about them helping you to be the kind of person that recruiters would want, because we believe that when you are that kind of person, you're more attractive to the recruiters, you're more attractive to the companies, and they are able to, pull you in. So you have to be willing to take steps to improve yourself. It's not about just desire, but also the actions that you take. And that action also encourages your mentor that they are getting across to you. It encourages your mentor that they are making the impact that you had initially set out to make. Also, you have to be willing to take advantage of the opportunity, but be respectful. So I've said, be hungry, be willing to learn, do your research, reach out to your mentor, but also be respectful of their time, because they are also busy professionals. So it's important that you're respectful. Sometimes it's more prudent to drop a message, maybe on WhatsApp, before you put a call through. Sometimes they may say, oh, feel free to call me anytime. But that would depend on who you're working with and the mentor, the kind of relationship that you have been able to build. Again, trust is earned, relationships are built. So we are providing that access to mentors, but also trusting that you will respect mentors and respect their times. But I can also guarantee you that they are very open, accessible, available to you. And the last thing here is that you should be willing to pay it forward to other professionals sometime in future. So our hope and desire is that in the course of this mentorship, you would have learned and you would have grown. And in the next 5, 7, 10 years, 15 years, you are that mentor that we want to bring on Valley Dreams, because this is not just a one-off experience. It is something that has come to stay, and we hope to keep this, on a rolling basis. So our hope and desire is that you're going to be willing to pay it forward in future. So that's really the price, that's the registration fee. So it's a post-dated check that we're requesting from you, that you are willing to pay it forward to other professionals in future. The selection process is very easy. It's just for you to fill an application form, which is now on the website. So if you go to the website, on the top right corner, you'll see a link there that says be mentored, or right on the landing page, you'll see a link that asks that you register for mentorship. So just go straight to the website, valleydreams.ng, and put in your application. So we understand you might be busy today, or you might want to put your thoughts together to fill in some parts of the form, and we are leaving it open up until Monday for you to submit your application. And between Monday and Saturday next week, we're going to be reviewing your application. So we please request that you put your best foot forward, so that can also help us, because this is a tailored program, like we said, and we want to ensure that we match the right people, the right mentors with the right mentees. So it is the information you provide to us that helps us to give you the right, to allocate the right mentors to you. So put your best foot forward, outline your interest, what you want, speak about it very freely, be open. There are some questions that may seem like we're trying to assess your strengths, but it is not so that we can say you don't deserve to be here, but it's so that we can know how to help you. So be as truthful as possible, be open as possible, and be as detailed, but at the same time concise as possible, straight to the point, but with enough information that we will need and require for our program. And that's it. That's a summary of the program. We look forward to receiving your applications. If there are any questions on the process, on the registration, the program itself, I'm very happy to take your questions now. Or would I be handing over to Femi to handle that? Okay. So if there are no questions,
let's just take a bit of time. What I noticed is that the questions come a bit later. So maybe I can ask one of my own, but let me plug in my microphone. So my question is it that everyone that applies for the mentoring will get absorbed, or there'll be sort of screening to remove them?
All right, sorry, I was speaking to mute. So the answer to the question is that it is very likely that not everybody is going to be absorbed into the program. That's why I said, put your best foot forward. If we see that we are not, you are not a perfect fit at this point in time, that's why again, we're asking for as much information as you can share as possible. So if you're not the perfect fit for any of the mentors, we might have to, decline your application, or if we do not see that you how would I put it now? If we do not sense that your application is strong enough, or your interest is deep enough, or if there's anything, if there are any concerns at all that puts a question to the success of the relationship, we are unlikely to accept you into the program. So it's not automatic. Answering your question.
Thanks so much for that. Would there be something like certificate of participation after? That's from Kalu-Mba John.
So while that has not been finalized into the program, it's something that we are open to considering. But I think we are more interested really in what you can take out of the program. But if it's something that participants are interested in, we're open to consider that.
That's right. Does the mentorship come at a financial cost? That's Kenechuku from Kenechuku.
Yes, so time is money. So the answer is yes. So the cost is your time. And your time now, and like I said, a post-dated time check for you to also give back in future.
Thanks so much. So
let me just chip in a little on that. Okay, so it comes with a cost, but it's being paid for, right? So it's not free, but it's free to you. It's free to the mentees, but the time and effort of the professionals who are working at the back end is definitely not free. What I mean is that we are throwing it out there for free, but it's not. Do you get what I mean? I don't know if anybody has a better phrasing for it. So the fact that it comes to you free doesn't mean it is free. It costs us something. It costs everybody, all the mentors, time, effort, putting all our work, our geniusity and everything, throwing it into it to give you the best. So it is not cheap, but it is free to you. So you are not paying for it. So I said all of that so that you can take it seriously and, grab it with your leg, your head, your arm, your everything, and just throw yourself into it as well. Thank you.
Thanks so much, Mr. Okai. Please, where are we to submit the application? I didn't get the info. It's on the website. Sorry for answering the question before you, Ma. Is the mentorship program only for graduates, or are undergraduates allowed as well? What about you, Ma?
So it's open to everybody. undergraduates, graduates, NYSC participants, fresh graduates, whether you have work experience or you don't have work experience, it's open to everyone.
That's very generous and benevolent. Thank you so much. Is the mentorship accessible for people without work experience? That has been answered. So the last question I wanted to ask is from somebody in the comment section. So just give me a second. In case where someone is matched with a mentor who doesn't like to share or probably not interested in the mentoring role, but just picked assignment, how best can someone draw from such a person?
Okay, that sounds like a question coming from a previous experience. So as much as possible, the mentors that we have are people that are very passionate about your growth. So it's unlikely that you would have that experience. But if there is any case or situation where a relationship is not working out on a need basis, you are free to drop out of the mentorship program and will be willing to reallocate if it's also possible that maybe you initially thought you wanted to do something and you have a change in your perspective, you want to do something else. So there'll be an avenue for you to reallocate, but it's going to be on a need basis. So it's important that you think clearly before you submit your application. But again, you're unlikely to find a mentor that would not be involved with in the mentorship relationship.
Okay. Thank you so much, Ma. I think those are all the questions. I typed some on your behalf. Please allow me.
Right. Okay. So Babafemi, I think we can take more questions. Frank is supposed to come up, so maybe we can take one or two more to buy time for Frank. Yeah.
So
we still have questions.
I always have questions. That's
all right then.
So we have experts, like mentor experts in different sectors. Am I correct? Right. What
yes.
if I have cross-sector, I'm in between two words, right? Like some of the speakers that spoken before, they were in the cross-section of design and HR, for example. But if I fall into those two categories, how do you think I can be mentored? Would I have to be present in those two sessions, or would you give me one major mentor and one minor mentor? I just want to know the logistics around that.
Okay, that's a very, very good question, because I've also been in that situation. So the way the program is designed is that you will have a primary mentor, you have someone that is your mentor, and beyond the core field experience that the person is able to offer you, the person is also able to guide you on making career choices and career decisions, generally speaking. So it is very likely that that person is able to answer your questions on, what you can do across the two sectors. Also, mentors know each other. We all have a relationship with each other one way or the other. If we see that there's a need for us to bring someone in to help you answer a question or refer you to another resource, we're happy to do that for you. So you're not boxed totally. While that structure is there for that linear relationship, you also have access to resources. I hope that answers the question.
Yes, it does. My last question, this might be a bit funny and off the edge.
Okay.
Can I be romantically involved with my mentor?
Thanks for the heads up. Very funny and interesting question. So for the mentorship relationship, the answer is no. You cannot. It is a strictly professional relationship. There's a 5-month period during which you're in this contract. We encourage you to keep it at least within that 5-month period, within professional confines. So it is actually frowned at and not applicable, not acceptable, and it's something that will not be accepted within that 5-month period at the least.
Okay, I'm so sorry, Kupid. Would there be exam at the end of the mentorship program?
Would there be exams?
Yes.
Okay, so there'll be assessments at the end of the mentorship program. That's in the final months. But I won't call them exams. Exam sounds too serious, but there'll be assessments.
Okay. The last question is from Yusuf Bola, and I can answer that. He's asking whether the slides will be available for him to go through. Yes, the slides will be available. Thank you so much, Ma, for the time and also for the thinking through. I think I'm quite impressed by the amount of all the cases, all the possible edge cases that have been captured in the thinking about this program. Very grateful. I've learned a lot. And also the slides are on point. So I think it's the right time to welcome Mr. Ope to take it over.
All right, thank you, Babafemi. Yeah, so Frank is going to take us through the social media sharing, and if Coyote is ready, if not, we'll move to the next thing. Yeah, thank you.
Okay,
is Frank ready?
Yeah,
great. Yeah. We can hear you now.
Okay, good morning, everyone. Good morning, Obe. Yeah, nice one from Seyi and Femi so far. Participants, hope you guys are enjoying the section. So unfortunately, our site for the Coyote game is down, temporarily down. So we're going to suspend that for the time being. So meanwhile, I will encourage everyone to take on their social medias and share the link to this webinar. Encourage your friends to join so that they will equally benefit.
Mr. Frank, let's see your face now.
Oh, sorry. Can you see me now? Hi, Obe.
What's it called now? We're seeing something else. Is that what we're saying? Is that you?
Let's see.
Oh, yes. Maybe it was a back camera.
Yeah, I think so. Okay. So yeah, so the link to this event, I'm putting it on the chat right now. Everyone should please pick it up, post it on their social media, and encourage their friends to join. So, but meanwhile, our game will be suspended till I'll let you know once the platform is up. So we'll go with that. Is that fine? Opeyemi.
I can take that. Yes, I believe that's fine. Thanks so much. Sometimes businesses, big businesses.
Yeah, that's fine.
So over to you, sir.
All right, so is Frank done? Is Frank done?
Yes, Frank is done.
Okay, guys. So I needed to. We're bringing up someone else. Her name is Victory. You know, she works with Accessbank. You know, she's going to take us through some moments of poem. Then we go and take another my story. A number of persons will be sharing their career story with us as well. You know, so but in the meantime, I need you to go to your social media and share the link of the Zoom link with everybody on your social. Share it. I need you to do that right now. After you've done it, drop a comment and say, I've done mine or something like that. Let us know that you have done it. Share with someone on your WhatsApp group, your NYC friend, your classmates, people in your ecosystem who you think would need this. I need to do that. We're waiting for you to do that right now. So begin to do that. Share with people, put hashtag, okay, great, Daniel has done his. Put hashtag Valid Dream, you know, so you can share the Zoom link, share the website link, share it, begin to share right now. As I'm waiting for you to share before we call the next person. So let there be sharing and sharing and sharing. Okay, you know, Ayinla has done. Yeah, Kenechi, Esther, they've done. Yeah, let's do. So you have 2 minutes to do that before we bring in the next person. Real one, yeah. Obioma. Let's do this. We don't know why Coyote is having that issue, you know. Solomon, you know, yeah. Okay, Stella. So let's share with people right now. I'm waiting. Yes, Abisola Oyetunji. Okay. All right. Grace. Alvi, Aziz, Oluwatoba Kikiowo. Oluwatoba Kikiowo has been around since yesterday. That's amazing. Joy. Okay. That's great. Thank you, everyone. So we're bringing in Victory. Victory will be taking us through poem. She has a poem for us. Thank you. Cheers.
Hi, everyone. Hello, this has been such an amazing session. I've really learned a lot myself. So my name is Victory. Victory Osarumwense. People call me Victory Osas. I work as a fixed income dealer at Acing, and I'm also a spoken word poet. So this poem, I wrote it for myself when I first started my journey in the treasury unit of the bank. Because I remember when I first resumed, I was really nervous. You know, I found myself very nervous. I remembered my first day in the dealing room. I was hearing so many new words, long position, short position, liquidity, as it was so confusing. And I was asking myself, am I really going to be able to cope here? When would I be like these people, knowledgeable and all of that? So as time went on, I found myself really apologizing. Like many of us, we apologize for having opinions. We are shy. We do not express our full personality in the workplace, right? So that's really what inspired this poem. And so I would say, sorry, I have a question. Sorry, can I sit here? Sorry, I have a suggestion. Sorry, can we maybe do it this way? And one day I realized that, why am I sorry for having an opinion? Why am I apologizing for bringing value to the table? My name is Victory and I am not sorry. So I reached this point of realization, but it did not change the fact that I was still nervous. It's 6:30 a.m. on a Monday morning. I've been called to sit at the table with kings. I am so nervous, I can feel the rush through my veins. What kind of pressure is this now? See, like the Black Panther, no one doubts my ability to climb. They tell me to reach for the sky and I would access the stars, but the truth is, I really don't think I have the lion heart needed to be the king of boys in this field. Yes, I know they appointed me guardian of this galaxy, but I still sit frozen at this table, sipping from a cup of questions like, so what if I get to the peak and realize it's not in me? So like the Titanic, all the faith and hope everybody has in me will now cave in and sink. So this is why I'm always scared to glow with pride. This is why I'm always shy, shoving aside your compliments, call it false humility. Sorry, I have a question. Sorry, can I sit here? Sorry, I have a suggestion. Sorry, can we maybe do it this way? My name is Victory and I am not sorry. So what about the days you would reach into the eyes of men, your heart beating fast, your lip layered with a smile that cries for validation, and you draw your fingers out, hoping to find yourself enough this time? I'm talking about the days you sink into yourself, trap the words inside, crack your knuckles nervously in the crowd, embrace silence, suddenly forgetting the history of your name. This name, Victory. Olaoluwatomiwa, Amarachuku Kamgiregi. A self-fulfilling prophecy of what will be. I'm talking about the days you'll be tempted to bend backwards in surrender. Sit when you should stand. Stand still when you should be moving. What will you do on days like this? What will you do on days like this? Listen, I will sweep through the questions that have made my heart a resting place. I will put them in a pot and I will cook up a confession that sounds like this. Listen. This crowd will not make me stand still, arms folded, sulking on a busy Lagos road like I did not leave my house with a destination in mind. These faces will not make me question the journey, the distance between two walls and how fit my legs are for the run. This moment will not make me question my faith. I said, give me this mountain and I will crush it. For by my God, I run through troops, I leap over walls, I come out strong, for I am more than enough. So yes, it is true that everything I touch turns to gold. And these fingers are laced with light. So I draw life out of dark puzzle pieces and I laugh. I laugh without fear of the future. My name is Victory and I am not sorry. So that's the end of my poem presentation. I really hope that you got the message. The message being that, yes, you might be shy, you might be nervous, but you have to keep going for your dreams. Like this platform is called Valley Dreams. You have to keep believing. So even when you reach the realization that, okay, I'm going to start speaking up, I'm going to start putting myself out there, I'm going to start showing the world what I have. There will be days you wake up and you feel like, oh my God, can I really do this? So in those moments, you then have to encourage yourself. You then have to tell yourself, you look in the mirror and you say, see, I can do it. So the last bit of this poem is actually a confession I wrote for myself. Like, everything I touch turns to gold. My fingers are laced with light. Give me this mountain and I'll crush it. And on days when I'm given a task at work and I'm like, where do I even start from? I find myself confessing that, see, I can do it. I can do this. I just have to take my time and think about it. And that's always worked for me. So that is really what I have to say. Thank you very much, Ope and the team, for this platform and the opportunity to contribute my beat, my quota really. And yeah, that'll be all from me. Bye.
Thanks, Victory. My name is Victor and I'm not sorry. She's Victory, I am Victor. So my name is Victor and I'm not sorry. I'm not sorry at all as well. Thanks, it was nice having you. Thank you so much. So yeah, so the next person is Ngozi Kalu-Mba. You know, she works with the consultant at Afreximbank, so she's an amazing lady as well. I know she has a great story, so I need to listen. So there's a whole lot to learn from people's story, really, and it's practical. So they're not just telling you things and they read from books, something that has happened in their life that you can draw out lessons from, so yeah. So while you're still sharing the link and talking to people about this, let's bring in Ngozi. We're going to bring in, the game will come after Ngozi, the cards game. The games are now working. So we're going to play the games after Ngozi. And then after that, we're bringing in Barrister Neza, who has a law firm, who has also something for us. So let's bring in Ngozi Kalu-Mba. Thank you, Ngozi.
Thank you very much, Ope. It's really great to be here. Hi, everyone. Good morning, or good afternoon, depending on where you are. Let me just start by thanking Ope for this wonderful, boot camp. It's been an amazing experience. I know everybody has been saying it, but really, I have learned. I wish, something like this was available while, I was just starting out. But the principles of success are universal. They're not, we can still practice them, which has really been good. Like he said, my name is Ngozi Kalu-Mba. I'm currently working with the African Export-Import Banks at Afreximbank. And just before I start, I just want to get a sense of the room. So if you could just type in the chat your field: accounting, engineering, sales, marketing, fashion, entertainment. Let me just get a sense of, the kind of people that we have. Yes, the principles of success are universal. They apply to whatever sector that you might be in, but, let's just see. I see many accounting people. Wow, happy that we're so many, because I used to study accounting. Great. We have some science students in the house. A lot of accounting people. That's good. Wow, human resources, good. Mass communication, international relations. We have some lawyers in the house as well. Okay, this is interesting. Oh, I'm glad to see that there's entertainment. That's good. Microbiologist. Okay, I think we have a very diverse range of people, and I'll try to, come from that angle. I'm an accountant by training, but let's see how, we do. I will share my screen now. Opa, if you could let me know when when the screen is up.
Yeah, the screen is up. You can put it on presentation mode. Can you hear me?
Yes.
Okay.
Yes, done. Okay. Great, thank you everyone. So I've titled this presentation, I'm talking about my story, but I've titled this A Long Walk to Freedom, and that's just because, success is not overnight. You don't get to where you want to be. Well, this is a phrase that's obviously came from Nelson Mandela, but it's really true, and it holds true in every area of life. It's not a 1 year journey, it's not a 2 year journey. Even I myself speaking to you today, there's still a long road where I don't consider myself to have arrived. It's still work in progress. There's still a lot to be done. And you upcoming undergraduates, recently graduated, at whatever stage that you are, you need to know that the journey is long. It's a marathon, it's not a sprint. So you're not in competition with anybody. You run at your pace, you do what you need to do, and try to get ahead. And I'll start with a little introduction about myself. Growing up, came from a middle-class family, a little privilege here and there, but we've also had to work. I attended Converner University. I hope there are some TU grads in the house. I know Unilag stole the show yesterday. But I attended Converner University, studied accounting. But however, I haven't practiced accounting, but I am a chartered accountant because once you come out of school as an accountant, the first thing is go and get certified. And at that time, it was between ICANN and ACCA. Just looking at it, I didn't want to be a local champion, and no offense to, if you're writing ICANN, I just wanted to do something more global. And, at the time, if you had ACCA, you could also easily get the ICANN certification. So I opted for that. And now I'm currently an investment banker, but I'm also writing CFA. Now I said, why? Because, the people that sort of know where I work would think that you have gotten to the place where we are writing CFA to get to. So why are you now writing CFA? But I started my CFA journey before I even got the job. And I also think that personal growth is important. So even when you think that you are in that place where it has been your dream, so this dream that you had has finally come to pass, you still need to improve yourself. You still need to ensure that you are making progress, even in your personal life. So the way I'd run through my slides is to tell you sort of my career journey, where I've been, and I've moved around quite a lot. Now, the question is always, is it good to move around, or is it good to stay in one place and grow? As a former consultant, I'll tell you the consultancy answer, it depends. It depends on why you're moving, depends on where you're moving to, it depends on how you can spin your story, when you're talking about your move. Some moves are pretty obvious. Let me use the Big Four as an example. If you're moving between KPMG, Deloitte, PwC, E&Y, maybe associate here, senior associate here, assistant manager here, then it's easy. It's harder, to say why you're moving. Is it just for money, or is there something because they all do the same thing? So it's like, okay, what is really going on? So, but you need to learn how to tell your story. I'm not saying that money is not important, because as you grow, by the time you get married, have kids, you need money. So at that point, if you need to move for money, yeah, but growing, you need to have what you want to do and your story. So I'll tell you why I moved, and just of the lessons that I learned in everywhere. Now I graduated in 2011 from Converner University, and in 2012 I served in CBN Abuja. And I worked hard during my NYSCA, and that's why I started from there, because I put in my best. I was not one of those coppers that will disappear from the office, not appear today, be sick tomorrow. I really worked hard. So I thought, based on the strength of the work I've put in this place, they should retain me, right? Because, the difference was clear between myself and some other coppers, So I'm like, okay, I thought that because of that, my hard work. And that was the first life shocker. I was not retained. So the first thing to note is that success requires more than hard work. It was the hard lesson, because, my plan was, okay, I'll be retained here, then, from here, I can then start my career. But, it didn't happen. And I was thrown into the job market just like that. So what did I learn? You do need to build relationships outside your work. Like, yes, you do good work, But who knows about the work that you're doing? Apart from your boss and maybe a few people around, who else can share the work that you're doing? And so you need to be able to speak up, build relationships before you need them that you can then tap into. Because sometimes the way that these things work, you might, when decisions are made, you're not in the room. Maybe your boss is not also in the room. So other people around need to know what you're doing and need to be able to speak up for you. It doesn't even have to be a mentor. It's just that, you also share. You're not boxed up. You're not locked. Like I personally am an introvert, so I'll just be in my corner. I'll, not do what I'm supposed to do. But, it doesn't just work like that. You need to come out of your shell, put yourself out there, build your relationships, and then always seek to add value. And so after I finished my NYSC in 2012, I wanted to finish my ACCA as well. I finished in October, and I had my last set of ACCA papers in December. So I gave myself, that 2 months that, I'll job hunt, but let me just try to focus on my exams, because I didn't want to just do too much at the time. And ACCA, I did it in 4 sittings. I had 10 papers to write. So I did 3, 3, 2, 2. And by God's grace, I didn't fail any of the papers. So it was pretty fast. How did I get the next job? WhatsApp group. It was the random message in a WhatsApp group. I know how those job things go on WhatsApp groups, sometimes Gmail. So I don't really pay attention. But there was this one just, came at me. The email address was Greenwich. I said, okay, let me apply. I sent my CV to the email address. I didn't even, there was no acknowledgement. There was nothing. So, I just didn't bother. And just a few weeks after that, I got a mail from HR to come for a test. So I was like, oh, wow, this place is real. I Googled, went for the test, did the interview, and I got the job. I didn't know a single soul. I didn't even know the company existed before I put in my application. But, I did, and I then did some research, to go for the interview. So sometimes, when people say it's all about connection, you don't need to put in the work and, be confident in yourself. I got that job. I didn't know anybody there. I just started, and I resumed January 2013. So I basically started working almost immediately after NYSC. Which is, I'd also attribute to the God factor. You forgive me, because I will be bringing God into my story, because there's really no story without him. I am a Christian, and this has been sort of my own, that's my own, or let's say what I use is God. So just if I bring it in, please pardon me. And then what did I learn while I was at Greenwich? You need to know your strengths. So I see people saying, oh, should I go and do a job that I'm good at? Yeah, you can try different things, but know what your strength is. And I say this because when I got into Greenwich, it was Abuja, a branch office. What did they expect from me as an undergrad or recent graduate? I was supposed to bring in money. It was sales, marketing. And what were we marketing? Stock market. Stock market was, in fact, I called people, they gave me a client list. I called people that they said, don't call me ever again. I lost all my money in 2008 crash. So it was tough. So then it became like, is it that I'm doing something wrong? But then I had to realize that marketing is not for me. It's just not for me. So to my MD, while I was performing well in other aspects professionally, bringing in money, my target, I was not meeting. But my target, maybe I'll meet like 0.something% of one big money that they will call. And I just knew that, okay, this is not for me. But I always put in my best. And, I was always reliable. So the fact that, I think Ian Counsel talked about it yesterday, the fact that my boss knew that she could always trust me to handle whatever she couldn't handle. In the 2 years I was there, I never called in sick. In fact, I called in sick twice, which was when I was going for my KPMG test and KPMG interview, and my boss was aware, because we had built that kind of relationship where she could trust me with work. She could trust me to handle a lot of things that were above me at that time, because I was just, I just graduated from university, but she could entrust me with a lot of things that were higher than me, and I would always deliver. to the best of my ability. So whatever it is that you're doing, make sure to always deliver, make sure to always put in your best. That's something that you need to do. Always make sure that you go the extra mile, be excellent. That's something that has always helped me in everywhere that I have worked. And just after 2 years, I decided that this job is not for me because you see, I can't bring in money, I cannot meet my targets. It's quite tough. But I knew it's an investment bank. They had an investment banking arm in Lagos. And I saw some transactions that seemed interesting and I wanted to do them. But I've lived in Abuja all my life. I've grown up in Abuja, and then I'm looking at it that if I want to do this investment banking, it seems I have to move to Lagos. Which was, how we hear that Lagos is crazy, it's a madhouse. It really is, I must tell you. But at that point that I had to choose between, staying in my comfort zone, staying at home, daddy, mommy, or going to go and look for what I really want in this career journey, I decided that, okay, I'm going to go. I put in an application for KPMG, we did the tests, we did some assessment center, which is like a group interview kind of thing. Then we did a one-on-one interview, very rigorous process. And then I got that and I moved to Lagos. It wasn't easy, settling into a new place, to a new job at the same time. But again, the principles will always work for you. Always try to put in your best. Always ensure that you seek to add value to everybody that is around. Always seek excellence and dress well. So, a little privilege. I had some really nice suits and jackets that were, not regular. So I attended some meetings that ordinarily for my level, I may not have been, but, because of courage, charisma, I was able to, attend those interviews. So whatever you are, just dress well. It might not have expensive stuff, doesn't have to be expensive, but be neat. And because women, dress code, you don't have to wear suit and tie every day. So we have a bit of flexibility. But then doesn't that mean you should go overboard, just come to work in some top and some shirt, looking like, it's a casual day. Just always try to look professional. I mean, like, people don't even really wear suits these days, but just try to always look like you have an important meeting, so that and again, they say the way you dress is the way you'll be addressed. It has worked for me because sometimes, in fact, at coronation, my friend came to work and he's like, Angie, you look like the MD. I said, but that's where I'm going. You have to dress the part. And the last thing I have is, it was a competitive environment. KPMG is competitive, but ensure that you're not competing against people. It's very easy when you're in such a big organization, and even the appraisal systems will try to put you against your peers, who's better. But you have to keep your mind focused. Ensure that you're a better version of yourself. Strive to do what you know that you should do and be the best at it. And also build relationships. Relationships are very important. The KPMG network is something that even until today, I still tap into because it's vast. And that's why I said you need to build relationships before you need them. Because it will then be strange if I just call somebody up and say, oh, I need your help. But I have already started building those relationships. And I'll tell you, some people that when I got into KPMG, I just heard of them, like, this person was really good, this person did this. And I reached out to them. Said, oh, me, I'm now in KPMG. I know you've left, but maybe we could meet up for coffee, and there was a mentor I have. I reached out to her. I said, see, I've heard your story in KPMG, but can we meet up? These are the parts I like. Can you mentor me? Because this is the way that this is the path I also want to go. It was a cold email to her, and she responded. I said, oh, that's nice. Let us meet up. And we met, we had a conversation, and we saw that there was that mentor-mentee. It's like, she's my big sister at coronation.
I think, Ngozi, I think your bandwidth is kind of low. Maybe you can turn off videos. So you can just use your voice, audio alone, yeah. Is she still on the call? Right, so I think we can wait for Ngozi to get back on the call and conclude our presentation. Yeah, so let's just give Ngozi like 10 seconds. If not, we can take, Frank, are you ready?
Yes, but if you want us to go now, fine.
Okay, I think I heard Ngozi is back.
Okay.
Is Ngozi back? No, she isn't. So let's just wait like 10 seconds. Okay, so let's just take the games. See if you guys can come back and conclude. We take the games. If Ngozi comes back, Ngozi concludes. If not, Kofo comes up here. Let's have the games. Thank you.
Okay, but let me share my screen shortly. So guys, while I'm at it, check the chat. I've dropped link to the website. Just go and do the website and wait while I share my screen, please. So repeat the code for the game. Can you see my screen?
Yes, we can see your screen.
Okay, perfect. So I have the link on the chat box. Participant, please go there and pick it up and paste in your browser. There you could enter this code 5567402. Then you can use your phone numbers. Yeah, perfect. Use your phone number as your username, please, so we easily track.
Panelists can participate too, please.
AB, please log in with your number, the same with Rowan. We need your number, please, so if you will be able to send the airtime to you without having to reach out for your number. For easy tracking. So let's be fast. We'll start again in the next 1 minute, next 60 seconds. All right, guys, in the next 10 seconds, I will start. Okay. Okay, so we're about to start. I think we have our last game. Okay, 5. Okay. Last question for the day, for this session rather. So this is the end of the game. Congratulations to the winners. You hear from us after the session. Thank you all. Thanks for participating. Please don't forget to go to share the the Zoom link via your social media to encourage your colleagues and friends.
All right, thanks, Frank. So we're bringing Ngozi back. Ngozi can continue our presentation where she stopped. Yeah. Ngozi, are you back? Yeah. Hi, Ngozi. Are you back on the call? Okay, so Ngozi is not yet back on the call. So, is Ngozi back on the call? No, Ngozi is not yet back on the call. Okay, so Kofo, are you ready?
Yes, I am.
Okay, so Femi, do you have Kofo's slides? I think we sent it earlier.
Yes, but if Kofo can share, it would be good. But
No,
if
no,
you can give me a minute.
Yeah, okay. Help her to share it. She said she needs help for it to be shared. So Kofo is with KPMG. She's an amazing lady. She's a CFA as well. So she's an achiever. I wanted to say early achiever, but early achiever will be an assumption, right? So she's an achiever, and I believe she has something to say to us. She has a whole lot to teach us as regards our career story. After Kofo, then we'll bring up Ngozi to complete our presentation. So Kofo, you can go.
Okay. Okay, thank you, Ope. Is the screen up now? So I'm waiting for the slides. Yeah. But before that, good afternoon, everyone. I hope you guys have been having fun so far. I've been learning some very, very valuable key information on how to pivot yourself in the corporate world or in Nigerian corporate world. So what I'll be saying today is I'll be giving you a brief detail about my story, how I got where I am, where I plan to go to, and less mistakes I made on the way, which I pray that you people should not make, saying that you're participants of this program. My screen is not yet up. Can someone please help me pull it up?
Can you reshare your slides? Did you send it via WhatsApp?
No, I sent it via Gmail.
Oh, okay. So we'll check Gmail then.
Yeah, so while that is going on, I'll give you a quick brief story about myself. When I was young, I was the only girl in my house, and when I was young, till I think age primary 3, I didn't know how to read. So I didn't grow up intelligent. I think that's just the story for today. I didn't figure out I was smart until I think maybe when I entered university. And even when I entered university, I thought I was average smart. So in university, I went to University of Lagos. So in university, I started to figure out that, okay, maybe there's something a bit smart about me. But one thing I wanted to do that was different was I wanted to be different from the rest. So I just wanted to, ensure I had everything that I needed to have to be able to enter the corporate world and to be able to do properly well. So I wanted to be an auditor in university. And so in my second year, I studied accounting. So in my second year in University of Lagos, I started my ACCA journey. I started from the ultimate scratch, and I was just, taking classes. I was basically blending ACCA and Unilag. And along the way doing that, I was able to along the way doing that, I didn't finish the first class from University of Lagos. However, through my ACCA journey, I was able to finish the first class from the Oxford Brookes University. And if any of you want to know how that is done, you can just put a question in the chat box, and I can, I can answer questions around the process. So basically, that kind of gave me opportunities for applications where I couldn't apply to, that needed only first class. I was able to apply there because of that path I chose. In university, however, a key mistake I made was I didn't put myself out there when it came to internships, opportunities, and scholarships. So in case any of you are in university or you just quickly finished, please look out for opportunities. There are so many opportunities out there. I mean, you could have gone to university to study accounting, and maybe you're not feeling accounting anymore. Maybe you're into tech. There's so many opportunities out there, from finance to accounting to engineering to science to medical science. So just please, it is one major regret I keep regretting.
please look out for opportunities. Please look out for either scholarships, internship, or it could be free of charge. It could be free opportunities, so it could be free internships, but they do really have an impact on your growth. They do have an impact on your story when you're telling your story 5 or 10 years down the line. Yeah. So post-university, I wanted to work as an auditor. However, you know, I in my own case, I had like a lot of mentors in my set. So my big brother was a significant part of my career journey. He is still a significant part of my career journey. And then so we just had a discussion, and he was like, "Are you sure you really want to do auditing? It's pretty repetitive and autonomous." And then with that, started figuring out, okay, at some point I wanted to go into investment banking, but I'd not done enough research to understand what it was. So I was basically just clearing the air. So using my pre-service, I got to work at a family office where we basically traded stocks, bonds. And I dabbled into a little bit of cryptocurrency. I was basically acting as a trader. I know if I'd kept on, I might have been a billionaire by now. But along the line, I found out that I wasn't a trader, and that wasn't something I wanted to do. So that's another advantage of trying out opportunities. You find out that you find out what you want to do. You just get to know more about yourself. The only way you can know about yourself, or the only way you can find out what's your passion or what drives you. I know some people, their passion just comes to them like that, but for some other people like us, you know, that we can pretty much do good at most things that we try. It's a lot harder for us to find our passion. So the only way you can find out what you really like is if you try plenty things, basically. So that's what I'm just trying to say. So I found out that, yeah, I really want to work in the finance space, because I really believe that money drives impact and money drives value. However, I don't want to work as a trader, because I am at the end product of the value opportunity. I'm basically at the last stage. I'm at the big capital markets, you know. I can't really see the value I was driving. So I really wanted to work with, you know, the big guys, institutional investors. I wanted to actually see where the money was going to in terms of industry, and I was helping, you know, I was creating value, and I was helping us generally in Africa. How, you know, this money that we keep getting, or these investments, I heard that, okay, World Bank gave Nigeria maybe 1 billion or like 5 billion for rural electrification. How is it helping Nigeria? So I really wanted to be part of that story. And so I decided that with much conversations, like I said, it's always good to have, you know, senior people. I call them big boys of the industry, but it's always good to have elderly people who have more experience, because they know a lot more than you, that you can just ask these questions. And trust me, 1 or 2 things that you always take from them, it will go a long way in your life and your career. So we found out that, okay, so how do we access this market? How do I get to work with institutional investors? And then I started to do my research, and, you know, investment banking, it's a bit rigid. So I was like, okay, so I want to work in investment banking, but how do I really, really access that investment banking? How do I, because I really particularly want to work with investors. So in conversations with people, I decided to go to KPMG Deals Advisory. And, you know, the application to KPMG Deals Advisory for me was, I was already writing my CFA at Nervsparks, where I was doing my service year. So I'd done my CFA level 1. So entering into KPMG was, you know, I did the research. I had friends that had gotten into KPMG. So it was basically they just told me, okay, so to pass the exam, you should, you know, study for GMAT. So I took some time off writing CFA, or off studying for CFA, took some time off to just, you know, focus on the exam. It took like 2 weeks actually. Focused on it, you know, gave it my all, used GMAT practice. And then I, you know, passed the test stage. And then pretty much as the stages were going, at every point in time, at every stage I would always call someone to ask, okay, so how is this stage like? What do I need to know? How do I need to exceed in it? And sometimes it doesn't even have to be someone you know. Sometimes you can shoot someone a message on LinkedIn saying, hi, I am in this recruitment process for this. Please, do you mind giving me 5 minutes? Even if it's not 5 minutes, please, do you have any tips for me? I've done that a lot in my career, and that has really, really helped me. Just people are actually willing to help you as much as this platform is, it's an evidence that people are willing to help. So people are willing to help. So yes, I got into KPMG and I continued writing CFA. And honestly, I've loved the work I've been doing in KPMG so far. I've completed my CFA journey, and is my slides up now? Hi, Ope. Hello.
Hi, Kofo. I didn't get your slide though. I'm not quite sure I have it.
Okay, let me send it to you. So as I was saying, I completed my CFA journey last year. Trust me, it wasn't easy, especially combining it with work. But like I said, advice and just talking to people and getting advice and asking people, okay, so how did you do it? When you know how someone has done it, it's easier for you to just go through that part and just to speak with them rather than just figuring it out yourself. And that is basically what this platform is for. So maybe you can shoot people a cold mail saying, okay, hi. I mean, I shot a lot of cold mails when I wanted to figure out what I wanted to do. And because of that, I got a lot of advice. So you can just shoot people mail saying, hi, I'm passionate about this. I don't know where to start from. Or hi, I finished this. I'm good at this, but I don't know what I really like. People are willing to help. And most time that resource is one of the greatest resource ever. Please give me a minute. I want to pull up a slide. Okay, I'm sending it to you via WhatsApp now. So now looking at it, the next thing I want to say is I think I've covered up basically, but lessons learned. So key lessons that I'll tell you guys is never miss out on an opportunity. It could be an internship. I've mentioned this before, but I'm mentioning it again because it is so, so important. There are a lot of opportunities out there. Like there are crazy opportunities out there outside the world of finance, outside tech. If it's even, media and branding, there's so many opportunities out there. But you need to always ensure that whenever you get the opportunity, you can actually access the opportunity. So what do I mean? You need to ensure that your certificates are in check, everything is in check so that it's okay, this is the opportunity. You can easily apply for that opportunity. Trust me, it's not all the opportunities. So you can just scroll to the third slide. So it's not all the opportunities that you will get, but you just need to keep trying. And trust me, if you try 100, at least 2 will reply, and you will at least get 1. Always listen to advice from the big boys and girls in the industry. This is very, very important. Nobody knows it better than someone that has experienced it. Nobody understands it better than someone that has experienced it. If you're in maybe a job that you hate and like, oh, I just hate this job, I want to quit. Trust me, if you speak to somebody that, has had like a crazy or a terrible work experience, the person will be like, okay, so this is what I did, and this is what I wish I could have done better, and this is what I did. And then you would take that advice and to make you make smart decisions. Disappointment will come, do not give up. This is very true. When I finished university, I thought because I had ACCA and I had Oxford Brookes University, like that I would just see job, like they'll just send me offer letter and say, okay, come and start working. And then I had to go through super, super numerous disappointments along the way and still figuring out how to get what I wanted. So disappointment will come. That's why you need to apply or go for every opportunity you will get, because disappointment will come. And when disappointment will come, what you do is you don't say, oh, you're sad, or it's very, very painful. Trust me, there are days where I've just been like, God, what is this? Like, or where you want to doubt yourself. But that's not what you should do. You should not give up. Keep trying. Even if they say, oh, if they're tired of, this guy is always trying. Keep trying. Trust me, but you need to do something when you're trying again. You need to ensure that, whenever a disappointment comes, whenever you get something you don't want, or whenever you don't get what you plan to get, you need to first reassess how you applied for that thing. Maybe it's your technique, maybe it's your process, maybe there's something wrong. So when you are trying, so that you're not just, doing the same model again. No, you update the model and try again. Disappointment comes, update the model and try again. And that is how, you get better. And never stop learning. Your brain is like your muscle. Your brain is like your muscle. So if you don't work out, like I'll use the gym the gym metaphor. If you go to gym one every day for a year, you'll be rich. That's like your brain. If you exercise your brain every day for a year, no matter how dull you think you are, no matter how not smart you think you are, if you exercise your brain every year, you're going to get tremendously better. So never stop learning. And it doesn't have to be like, people need to figure out that you need to learn what you like. So if it's something that you like, trust me, learning won't be a chore. It won't be like as if you are doing it because of something. You'll just be learning because you like to learn. So never stop learning. Never stop learning. Always, even if you think, oh, you've gotten your best job or your dream job, you don't know what technology is doing, or you don't know what AI is doing that could eradicate your job opportunity. So never stop learning. Always keep trying to ensure that, you always keep trying to ensure that your brain is working. You're exercising your brain. Next slide, please. Next slide. Okay, principles. Major principles for me: hard work, knowledge, and discipline. So what I'll say is, people think that money or power is the strongest tool we have. But underneath that, information is the strongest tool you have as a person. The level of information you have can really make or break things. And it all boils down to how, if you're putting yourself out there to get that information. So there's some opportunities, there's some job opportunities that are here that you don't even know about. You may be perfectly skilled for it, but you don't know about it because you don't have the information. So information is very, very key. Always put yourself at a place where you can get information. Always put yourself at a center. Either create, focus group of like-minded people like you that want to get into industry, so that you guys can pull information together. Making a group effort to better yourself, basically. And also, you can either you need to get information. You need to ensure that you have your information. Another one is hard work. If you don't put in the work, you're not going to get results. That's just the unfortunate truth about it. And it is anything about in life. If you don't put in the work, you're not going to get results. I mean, you can put in smart work, but if it's not proper work, it's not diligent, if it's not work that's, if it's not hard work, you're not going to get results. And discipline. Discipline is very key. For you to achieve some things, it may be difficult for you, or it may not fit your schedule, it may be uncomfortable, but you just need to be disciplined and you need to focus on your goal. And I think that's slide. For people here, what I'll ask is, if you figured out what you want to do, fine. I want you to write a story or write a goal story of yourself and say, okay, where do I want to be in 5 years? How do I want to get there? In fact, from now to 5 years, what are the things I want to achieve and how do I want to get it? Start from the things you know, right, to go to the things you don't know. So I want you to create a detailed plan to say, this is what I want. Trust me, in another 1 year, that total 5-year goal may change drastically. But the only way you can intelligently and properly access what you want is by making plans towards it. So I want you to write a plan, write out your plan to say, okay, this is what I want. Write out the things you want, the things you're not sure about, and say, okay, this is what I know of myself right now. How am I going to navigate it? And how am I going to get to what I want in 5 years? And that would really, really help you. Trust me. Thank you guys. I hope you had fun, or you took one or two things from my story. I'll drop my LinkedIn. You can reach out to me on LinkedIn if you have any more questions about, basically just figuring out your career. Have fun, guys. Enjoy the rest of the seminar or webinar.
Thanks, Kofo. That was really a great one. Thank you. Kofo is a CFA, and CFA is like the gold standard in the finance services sector, so which is really an achievement. For those of us who are in that space, we know that it's not yams, so we celebrate you, Kofo. So we're bringing in Ngozi to complete our session, So Ngozi, the floor is yours.
Thank you. I hope my internet is better now. Okay, please confirm.
We can hear you, yeah.
Okay, great. Let me put my slides back up. Okay, thank you. I'll quickly thank you, Kofo. That was really good. I will just quickly run through the slides that I have. And I think I stopped at my journey at Coronation Metram Bank. Okay, please let me know if there are any network issues as we go along. And
Okay.
what I wanted to highlight here was dealing with difficult bosses, because all the while up to Coronation, I had been a really good superstar staff. Everybody was always praising me. And then I got to Coronation and my boss was, just difficult. And, always finding complaints, always saying I did something wrong. It was very new, but, I think that as you go along, you would encounter one or two of these kind of people. And so you need to know how to deal with them upfront. Now, what did I do? I always ensured that I was one step ahead, because after working with him for 6 months, I knew what he would say, what he was thinking, how he behaves. So I made sure that I was always one step ahead. I know he would ask me for this. So 2 days before it's due, I've given it to him. And then self-awareness. Because when you know yourself, then the opinions of people will not really matter to you, because you're then able to talk to yourself and say, okay, no, he's calling me stupid, but I'm not stupid. You're able to talk to yourself and then block out that negativity, basically. And you have to be patient, because this journey, like I said, it's a marathon. It's not a sprint. You have to be patient. And then, in your career, you'd also deal with negative feedback. I remember, one of my bosses at Coronation gave me a feedback and said, my technical skills were not strong. And I was like, my technical skills are not strong, but it didn't make me, I wasn't sad, I wasn't defensive. I didn't say, no, do you know what I did in KPMG? Do you know my feedback? I was like, okay, fine. Let me see. Let me also review myself. What are the gaps? What do I think I need to do? And that's really when I started my CFA journey, because I'm like, nobody will ever tell me that I don't have technical skills again in my whole career. Whatever certification I need to do, I'll go and do it. And I will make sure that, everything that I do, I'm always on top of my game. And that's how, training, reading, just equipping yourself would always help you. That's why I put it there. Technical skills are very important. If you're an accountant, if you're an engineer, whatever it is that you're doing, you need to have the skills for that industry. If you're a lawyer, ensure that you're up to date, ensure that you're reading, ensure that you know what's going on in your field, so that if you are called to speak on something, even, impromptu, you're able to speak. And just, as I was in Coronation in 2020, Afreximbank came knocking. And this one literally just fell in my lap, basically. So that's where again, the God factor relationship, because he also came from a KPMG partner, where she said, yeah, you're looking for somebody, this Ngozi is your person. If you're looking for somebody that is good, this. And so that's why you need to keep those relationships. Even when you leave a place, you don't burn bridges. You need to ensure that you're still keeping those relationships. You're checking on your seniors, you're checking on your peers, because when we talk about networking, a lot of people forget their peers and think it's only, as Kofo said, the big boys and big girls. They are important. You need to keep up with them, but your peers, don't forget them, because you're all growing together. Don't think you'll be great and your neighbor will not be great. No, you're all growing together. So ensure that your relationship is diverse, top, and your peers, even people lower than you, because you don't know who is going to say your name in a room where there are opportunities. So don't look down on anybody as well. Don't look down on an undergraduate, oh, you're an undergraduate, you can't help me. So build relationships to add value to people, and not just what you can get. It's not always about what can I get, how can I, you need to also seek to add value. And the things I've learned even here is just always go the extra mile. Just give your best. Raise your hand for small tasks. Oh, we're in this meeting, who can take minutes for us? Raise your hand. And when you do it well. Like ensure some things you don't need a lot of skills. If you're writing minutes, let your English be properly written. Don't, I'm very particular about, words and language generally. So, if you give me minutes and, there are errors, I'm not even saying, and it's not a technical thing, just read it, ensure that, you have dotted your I's, crossed your T's, And then people would be more willing, more open to even help you because they've seen that you put in effort. You pay attention to details. Yes, you might not even understand properly all the things they discussed in the meeting, but the way you have captured it, it shows that, you put in some effort. That's really what would help. And you'll be surprised at the number of people that don't do this. You'll be surprised that if you just do these small things, you then look like you're the superstar. Meanwhile, they're just little things. It's just about going there. You'll be surprised the number of people that don't do it. They said I should do A, let me go and do A. But then think about it. Why does my boss want me to do A? Is there something I can add? Is there something that would be better? Is there a better way to do it? And depending on the kind of person you're working with, you can say, okay, let me do it the way he has asked me to do it. But also say, oh, this is also a way that we could have done it. And if they're interested, they would then, but you see, it puts you in their faces. It shows that you are reliable. It shows that you are thinking as well, which are things that are very important in the workspace. And I think on my career trajectory, that's really, I'm at Afreximbank now, and I've been here for 18 months. It's been good. I thought I'll add a little Jara because I'm a nice person. Not like those people that sell granuts, they're very stingy with Jara. But let me just give you these two things. 3 C's of your career progression. First of all, of course, your character. Who are you? What are your values? What do you stand for? Are you somebody that will just do anything because I want to get ahead? Whether it's legal, whether it's not legal, whether it's right. What are you known for? You need to stand for something even before you sort of get into your career. You need to stand for something. What do you stand for? Are you a Christian? Are you just need to stand for something. Let people know you for something. Are you the person that comes early to work? Are you the person that is always late? All meetings you are late, whether it's online, whether it's physical. What kind of character do you have? What are you putting out there? What's your attitude to work like? Then competence. You need to know what you're doing. Whatever field you find yourself, you need to know how to do the job. Yes, granted, you might be, because you're an undergraduate or because you're a recent graduate, you might not have developed a lot of competence, but in the things that you are doing, try to be the best at it. Try to be, that person that goes the extra mile. And then the third one, connection, I've put in bracket because we have that Nigerian thing, but I'm not talking about that kind of connection. I'm just saying networking, your network. And it's, it's across the board. People higher than you, your peers, people lower than you. You need to build that network before you need it, so that when you need it, you can then tap into it. You can then draw into it. And the last thing, just when we were looking at the dynamics of the people that are registered, we had a lot more women. I don't know if that's the case on today, live, but I was very happy to see that we had a lot of ladies. It means that, we've seen a lot of marginalization. In fact, we had a meeting at work 2 days ago, and the room was filled with men, like there were no ladies at all. And we were just saying that we need to get more women into this career path. We need to get more women out there. We also need to ensure that there's a favorable environment for them. And something that you would encounter in your career, which I made some mistakes, I thought I'll just quickly mention, is the fact that you'd face some unnecessary attention or some unwanted attention. Some just maybe some bosses might try to be inappropriate or try to have inappropriate conversations. Happened to me right from like NYSC, and because I didn't know how to deal with it, and I thought that I'll just mention that you need to plan ahead, because I think it would happen. Even if it doesn't happen, it's good to plan beforehand. And so I'll tell you that before you get into the workspace, just put it in your mind that you're going to be assertive. If anybody is just trying to have an inappropriate conversation where you are not comfortable, you need to speak up. I was shy, I'd laugh. No, sir, no, don't do that. Be assertive, sir, and polite. Sorry, excuse me, sir, this conversation is a little uncomfortable for me. I'd rather that we focus on the transaction at hand. Or, sir, please, I'm sorry, I'd not like to go in this direction. Please, can we come back? Just always try to bring the conversation back to why we're both here, which is for work, be it a transaction, some books, accounting, whatever it is. Just ensure that you are assertive and you are polite. so that they know what you stand for right from the beginning. They might hate you, but they will respect you. And I do hope that everything goes well for all of us. Thank you so much for your time. Apologies again for the break in transmission. I hope that you've been able to learn something today. Thank you very much, everyone. And then you can check me out on LinkedIn. Ngozi Kalu-Mba is my name. You can send a message if you have questions, or if you want to connect, please send me a request. Thank you.
Amazing, amazing. I like the way you started to provide specific advice to the feminine folks, to the females as well, to the ladies, so that is really, really a good one, So that was some rich session from Ngozi and Kofo, so, and those are the quality of people that we have as mentors as well. So you will enjoy a whole lot of that, when you onboard our mentoring system. Yeah. So the next is I'm bringing in Mr. Femi Fawole. Must have been hearing his very rich baritone all through this event when he's been trying to moderate and all. So yeah, so you have the floor now, Mr. Fawole. Let them put a face to that baritone.
Thank you so much. I have been trying not to switch on my video for a while because I'm video shy most times, but let's do it now. Nice to have everyone on this webinar, if that's what we'll call it. It's been a great honor to be here and to be part of everything. And one of the hardest things to do is to speak after a lot of smart people. Like most of the people have shared their journeys over the course of their career. And every point I wanted to say, they've spoken about it. So now I'm thinking, what am I going to do? What am I going to say that would be good? So let's just go through it and let me repeat everything they've said and say thank you so much, everyone. It's been nice to be here. But joke apart, I see myself as a very privileged person. And before I used to make excuses for my privileges, talk about how hardworking I am, how smart I am. But now I don't anymore. I think it's okay to own your privileges, right? And tell stories and just be sincere enough, right? So this is my career journey. My name is Femi Fawole. I handle operations for businesses, for tech businesses in Nigeria and Sub-Saharan Africa, depending on who's ready to give me the job. That's a joke. So we start from the end, right? I believe that we can start the journey, the story from the beginning and go to the end and talk about the key learnings. But I will want to do the reverse. I'll talk about the key learnings first, then tell the story, right? So now, when I finished school, right, I wasn't that privileged, right? I finished with a second class lower, AU, studied mechanical engineering. I was about 26 when I was done with school, and banking will not touch me. Consulting will not touch me because I was too old and I had terrible grade. I also had an extra year, by the way. So you put things in proper perspective, right? So there's, well, what did you stay this long in school? Those are conversations that you always have, right? Fast forward to this point, right? I work in a pre-IPO company in the US. I work in different markets in Africa. And by the way, I have to be sincere. I don't like talking about myself, so this was a bit weird, but I just felt if I want to do it, I have to do it right? I've created a niche for myself, which I'm quite comfortable in. Number 4 is that I have flexible working hours. So I personally take my kid to school and bring him back every day. Those are the advantages I have, right? You can see me on a Monday morning sleeping, not because I'm lazy, just because I worked through the night till Monday morning. Then I start my work by 12 in the morning, 12 in the noon, right? And all those things are possible because of how my career has progressed. Privilege, I must say, right? And also, let me just reduce this. And all I do now is just send emails and jump on calls, right? It's a simple life. I rarely touch spreadsheet. I rarely touch anything, right? That's a lot of privilege. Now, how do we get to that point? So I have 5 lessons to share with you, right? And every anchor in my story will talk about those 5 lessons, particularly, right? The first one is get yourself a gate watcher. To every sector, to every field, there's a gate watcher, right? The gate watcher can be Mr. Praise, the gate watcher can be Edu, there are gate watchers in every space. If you want to enter it, you have to get yourself a gate watcher. And gate watchers are visible. They're not hidden somewhere, right? I am not in the entertainment industry, I'm in the tech space, right? But I know the gate watcher in the music industry, they're just visible, right? If you wanted to get traction in Nigeria, you needed to deal with Maven or deal with Olanrewaju. Those are gate watchers in those sectors, right? The chance of you being successful is being close to those people. I'm not saying you can go out of the box and get the job done, but the work that you have to put in is tough, right? So gate watchers can be companies, right? If you wanted to work in sectors, there are certain companies that hire fresh talent and they will teach them how to do it, then move, and you can now leave after a year or 2 or 3 years to other big companies. So those, they are gate watchers in every stage of the career. In the stage of my career that I'm in right now, they are gate watchers that I'm working towards, either companies or either people, so that they can give me a launch pad to the next side, right? The second one is recognize pattern. I think it's quite difficult because of our education system in Nigeria. We are not taught patterns. We are taught to assimilate or cram it and produce, right? So we don't get to see patterns quickly. Now, what do I mean by understand patterns? You've seen everybody that's spoken since yesterday and today. There's certain things that you will have admired in those people, right? Maybe you want to play in the space they are in. Maybe you see yourself in their space in the next 5 years. Take a time and study their LinkedIn. What were they doing when they just finished school? If you had just finished school, what were they doing after they finished school? After you check 3 or 4 people in that same sector, you see a pattern, right? Follow the pattern, right? One of the things that's very interesting at this part that I want to share is that pattern tells you what your life will be if you follow the same road, right? Now, you have to go through the pattern first before you can become creative, right? I'll tell you a very good story. OEMs in Nigeria, that's original electronic manufacturers, right? If you check the journey of most of those Chinese phones that we talk about, right? They were the worst phones around, you know. They were loud. They were mock-up of Nokia or one of the other popular OEMs. They were terrible, right? Fast forward 10 years to this point, right? What do we see? Those phones are competing with Samsungs, right? You might buy Samsung and iPhone because of brand, but those phones have great functionalities that you can connect to, right? What happened? They follow a pattern. They got good at imitating and they got good at creativity, right? Now, the third point is soft skill, beat hard skill every time. Soft skill.
Mr. Femi.
Yes.
Your mic is, I don't know, it's kind of making some noise. Maybe because it's touching your shirt and all, so it's not.
Okay. I'll hold it forward. Yeah.
Thank you.
Thanks for the feedback. So soft skill, beat hard skill every time. What does that mean? You can be great at financial model. Maybe better than everybody in the company. You can be the best software developer or the best designer, right? But you know what will happen? You get the best salary, but you'll not get equity in the business. Because if you don't have the soft skill, right? If people are not comfortable with you in the room and everybody's quiet, nobody wants to work with you, right? It's the sincere truth. So they give you the task that you will report to somebody and the person gets maybe double of your salary and also get a pie in the business. Soft skill beat hard skill every time, right? Also, maintain relationship. Everybody has mentioned that. You need to maintain strong relationship with people because that is your launching pad. Now, those require certain nuances, but we'll speak about that later. And 5, know your God, right? I'm not apologetic about my journey and I'm not apologetic about my faith in Jehovah. That's God Almighty, right? And why am I not apologetic about it? I have seen enough based on my study, based on my understanding that there is always you can deal with information on 3 levels. Emotional, which is the lowest. Oh, I feel this, so I'm not going to do anything, right? That's level 1. Second one is empirical, based on facts, right? But there's a third level called based on spiritual things, right? And spiritual supersede empirical and emotional at every point in time. Now, let's go into the journey. So my first gig, my first job ever was in Jobberman. Jobberman, in case you don't know, is a online job search portal. I was in 200 level in school, right? Somebody walked up to me and said, hey, there's this site that's coming up and these guys are looking for job. They are helping graduates get job. And I'm like, interesting. Are they done with school? They said, no, they're not done with school, but they're helping people. Okay, let's join them. So I joined them, right? I was one of the top first 3 employees for the company. We were working in New Book, I know you, right? And we were writing content for them, right? I did that for like 4 months, right? And what taught me that. What I learned was relationship. I wouldn't have gotten the job if I wasn't close to somebody that introduced me to the founders, right? And also soft skill. Soft skill really helps me, right? The fact that you can keep a conversation, right? The fact that people talk to you, they feel that you're going somewhere helps a lot. The fact that you don't say the absurd thing. And this is a point of warning to everybody, right? Based on what I think was the Kofoworola that said it. No, I'm not sure, but I confirm later, right? You know those weird guys that join the company and make funny comments about ladies, right? I'm gonna go far. That's the sincere truth, right? Because you are a sexual harassment lawsuit for the company going to happen. So they are not going to give you anything major because they know that if you get to a particular point, they sue us. And if you're a manager at that particular point, we have to worry about lawsuit, right? So understand that soft skill goes a long way in how far you go in your career. So after Joberman, they left the university, got investment. So, and I was still in 200 level, so I couldn't follow them, right? So I stayed in the school, right? I finished my university, I finished my extra year, then went for NYC, right? So I was serving in a place called Kwara State, right? In that place, there's a university called Landmark University. It's the sister university to Converner University. So same founder, same chancellor, right? And how did I get that? It was pretty simple, right? I got my PPA, which is their primary assignment in one of the secondary schools in that place, right? And one day I just looked at myself like, things that are working against you are much more than things that are working for you. So now you have to tip up the scale. So how do I do that? So I carried my bag with very, very skinny jeans. By the way, it was a terrible idea. The shirt, I'm not sure whether the shirt was appropriate, right? I carried my bag and I entered this Landmark University. I walked from the gate to the end to where the faculties were. And I started knocking on every door. I went to computer science because I know a bit about computer science. Knocked on every door. Hello, are you looking for NYC? I have a primary assignment, but I'm looking for a secondary assignment. I went around, right, until I met a lady. And lady said, oh, okay, I'm going to help, right? She's also a copper, right? But she started to take me around. So that was my first gate watcher, right? She was the one that gave me access to all the other professors, right? So she took me a grade. She took me to computer science. After everything had failed, right? Then the man in agric asked me, so what did you finish with? I said, I came out with a 2-2. He said, not great, but I'm going to give you a letter to the mechanical engineering department, right? Which is where I finished. So I took the letter to the man and I said, okay, I'm going to give you a job, right? You're going to work here. Now, what happened? Gate watcher introduced me to another gate watcher, until I got the gig, right? Now, it wasn't smooth, right? Because I had to work for maybe 6 months without pay. I was using my NYC money to come to the school to get food and every other thing. But something was happening, right? Because I was going somewhere, right? So get yourself a gate watcher. I'm not going to stress that enough, but think about it. Now, the second thing was soft skill, right? And I'm going to talk about soft skill in different sections of this discourse. Soft skill means ability to be able to read the room. Most people, by nature, Nigerians, I'm a Nigerian, so I can say it, right? Nigerians don't know how to read the room, right? We think because we are bold, right? We are audacious, we can say anything we like, right? And we do it outside the country too, right? But what that does is that it makes you not blend in. You can stand out while blending in, or you can just be an annoying person, right? Now, in that particular place, a Christian environment, right? With a lot of hierarchy, like it's not a tech startup, right? You needed to know what you needed to say at a particular point in time. You needed to accord the right people the right respect. You needed to know when to be quiet. I never worked in that kind of environment before, ever. So it was sort of a struggle, but I knew that if you say the right things at the right time, you're not going to get in trouble. If you say the wrong things, you're not going to get a good job, or you never get promoted. That's how those structures work, right? So soft skills tells you when to talk, when not to talk, how to turn in your result, how to make sure that the right people get the right respect. Now, to segue just a bit, right? You need to teach yourself. You don't learn this randomly. It has to be because you are focused to learning it, right? You need to teach yourself when you enter a particular room with 15 people, look around and ask yourself, who is the power broker in this room? Who are the power brokers in this room? There's always one power broker in every room, right? Give them 20% extra attention every time you speak, right? Though that's the person that has the power broking ability. Now, you don't get to learn that naturally because we are not taught like that, because Africans we just throw our personality around by design, right? So you need to know those things, because there are certain people that you don't want to offend. Now, if you offend people like me, maybe I'll be like, he doesn't know what he's doing, moving on, right? But certain people, you cannot offend them because they will hold malice, right? I'm in the tech space. I know people that if you offend, they will personally pick up the phone and call every potential employer for you and say, that guy's bad, right? Every reference you get, that guy's bad. So I move on quickly so that I don't spend too much time talking about soft skill, because I'll still talk about it later. So my third gig was after I spent 9 months in Landmark University. I knew it wasn't the place for me. I wasn't called out for that kind of super structured environment. One. Second thing was that I didn't like reading, right? That's why I came out with a tutor. So obviously, I needed to leave that place. So one of the relationships I've cultivated with somebody in the computer science unit, he came to me one day and said, oh, there's this founder in Lagos that's hiring super smart people, which is what you see on the right. Are you a genius? That's the title of the test. So he posts the text on Twitter and say, if you're a genius, respond to this tweet via email and tell me why I should interview you, right? So when he posts the questions, you respond to that email, which I did, right? And he didn't respond back to me the first time. Then he posted another one again. He said he had hired for the first role. He wanted to do the second one, right? So if you're interested, respond to this email, right? And I did, right? And we had a back and forth, 6 different emails. You ask a question, not a call. It was just email back and forth, back and forth, back and forth, back and forth. And he kept, and when he got to question 6, he just stopped talking, right? So I thought maybe I failed, but I followed up. The first time, the second time, the third time. When he wasn't responding, I stopped being annoying. So I stopped. So lesson, great, right? If somebody doesn't say, I'll try no to you, follow up. It's not bad to send another email. Be cautious, but follow up, right? When you've done it 2-3 times, stop, right? So when I stopped, one random day, I just come back from the university. I was still in Landmark University, and a number appeared on my phone. So I picked it up, and that right it was. And we spoke for another 30 minutes. We were just asking me random questions about stuff. They were not questions about, oh, where do you see yourself in the next 5 years? Like normal interview questions. So be flexible enough to know that the questions might not be what you're used to, right? So after a while, I said, oh, he's going to call me some other time. I need to go and rest now. Then dropped the call. And I didn't hear from him for a while. Now, why do I say, I know you're God, right? I had not gotten a response from you for a while. But what changed what tipped the scale for me was that I had to go visit my sister in Ibadan, right? I'm in Kwara State. He's in Lagos. He was thinking his biggest concern was, how will I move somebody from Kwara State to Lagos? The logistic problem was too much for him. So when I was in Ibadan, I emailed him. I said, hey, I am in Ibadan right now. I don't know if you want me to come in on Monday to talk to you, right? Just to catch up. And he was like, sure, please come in on Monday. That was what tipped the scale for me, because he was considering, should I ask him to come over? I spoke to him on the phone. We've sent emails to ourselves. I like him, but I'm not sure, right? So I came to Lagos. We had about 30 minutes interview or 40 minutes question and answer. It was like, I just waste money. I'm looking for good talent. I don't know how to do it. Can you do it for me? I saw that you worked in Jobberman. I saw you've tried some businesses in the past too. I feel you'll be a good fit for it. Then he offered me my second paycheck. So I was earning 66,000. Sorry, I'm going to mention my salary twice and I'll stop. I was earning 66,000 in Landmark, and it was like, how much do you want? I was like, I want 250,000. And I was like, what? I'm going to pay you 200, right? So I got my second job. That was my first $1,000. Exactly, right? But that was the best gate watcher. Up to now, Marketing, this founder, is one of the best gate watcher in tech, right? If you wanted to get into tech space, if you got a job with him and you work very hard, trust me, you've gotten access to the tech sector. Everybody wants to work with you. So moving on, soft skills. I was in the room with him, right? There were certain things he was looking out for, heuristics that would judge whether I was good at my job or whether I would be good at my job, right? Even one of the things he tested for was that there was a time we were just silent for 5 minutes. He wasn't speaking, I wasn't speaking. I was just there looking at ourselves. And he said, I was just trying to test whether you're comfortable being quiet and not having to say something. Those are things that people would check for, right? Not everyone, but some people would check for. Soft skills. Moving on. I'm going to do my fourth gig. I'm not going to talk about my current workplace, not because maybe I'll just share a few, right? So after doing 2.5 years there, I became the country lead for that company. And I felt unchallenged at that particular point and I wanted to leave. So I made a terrible mistake. I quit my job because I just felt I was invincible, right? And I did. And so I left the company 2017, December, right? And I told myself, what is next for me is I don't want to work in Nigeria. I want to work in either South Africa or Kenya, right? So I started reaching out to people in Kenya and South Africa. I did not have any Git watcher there. I didn't know anybody. So you can guess, your guess is good as mine. I didn't get any offer. Until one day I was in my house, believing God for a job, and somebody reached out to me and said, hey, I need your help with our deck. Yeah, this company, and I know we've worked together in the past. Can you help us with that deck? And I'm like, okay, sure. By the way, I make main decks. Don't judge by this one. I make good presentation on this that I have this presentation. So I helped him out, right? And that was a turning point for me as a person, right? So after I helped him, I was like, oh, you left hotels. Why? What are you doing? I said, I'm looking for opportunity in East Africa. I said, sure, I'm going to introduce you to somebody. So I wrote an email to somebody in Africa is talking. Now, there's certain things that you have to understand. There's certain things you're good at. And I know all the other speakers have mentioned this. There's certain things that you suck at, right? Your job in life is to make sure that the things you're good at, you're great at it every step of it, you keep getting better. And the things that you're bad at, you keep reducing how bad you're at it, right? Get 15 interviews, right? I don't get 15 interviews. I only get 1 or 2. But those ones that when I get it, I know what is required to be able to pass to the next level and pass and close the job, right? So after that introduction, I needed to know what I wanted to be sure was that my leg was through the door, right? So now I have to devise a way to enter, right? I had a bunch of interviews, I had a bunch of calls, and I was given the job, right? Now, what worked for me? Great, right? Following up, making sure that I don't drop the ball at any point in time, right? Find the right gate watcher. This guy was the gate watcher for me and introduced me to somebody else, which is another gate watcher, right? And until I got to the CFO and later having the call with the CEO, right? And what happened? Soft skills. And I want to speak about soft skills from a multicultural perspective. We are different, right? I've worked in multiple markets over time and I've worked with different people, right? I'm privileged enough to have that, right? One thing I know is that you need to factor in the nuance of every culture. And the best way to know is by looking at what they're doing. If you give a proper Chinese man, a traditional Chinese man, your business card, he holds it in his hand like this, looks at it, look at you, looks at it, then put it on the table, right? That's his own way of according respect to you, right? You, if he gives you his business card, he expects the same thing from you, right? Now, I can be Nigerian enough and just put it in my pocket and say, okay, let's have the conversation. That would be rude to him, right? Now, if he wants to give me a contract, he just stops at that point, like, dude, this is not serious, right? You need to factor in the nuance, multicultural nuance. I remember my first sales speech with an Indian man, right? It was weird. I didn't know that when Indians shake their head, they mean, yes, they're following. And I was there thinking, I'm saying stuff, and these people, when they're just shaking their head, what's happening, right? I didn't factor in the cultural nuances. Do the research, understand the nuances of everybody. Like, for example, right now, this conversation, I'm speaking loud. If I was working with a Kenyan team, they'd be like, why is Femi shouting? But I'm not shouting to you people. Maybe I am. If I am, apologies, right? Right? But if you need to understand it, when I was in Nairobi, I make sure my voice was lower every time I spoke, because people might confuse my passion for noise, right? You know how all of us talk about football when we are insulting our club sides and saying, like that. I'm like, I will finish you today. You cannot do that in some countries, because if you did that, everybody will be like, what? Why are they fighting? They won't know that you're just talking about Chelsea will be Man U, right? You need to factor in the nuance. Nuance is always important. That's what makes a difference between people, right? So I move on. So back to the lessons. I know I've taken you on a journey back to where we started, right? The Israelite journey. Sorry, I'm trying to put enough Christian imagery into my story. Indulge me, right? So let's start from the beginning. Get a gate watcher for yourself. Who are the gate watchers in your industry? Find them, right? I'm going to make 3 examples as quick as possible because I know time is not on my side. The first example is that there are big law firms that don't hire fresh people, right? If you apply 400 times, they're not going to pick you. I'm sorry, except your dad is a partner in the law firm, right? You're not just going to get you. Still study the partner and know that they don't, right? Then find a company that hires fresh law people, right? Join that particular company, right? And pay your dues. Learn everything you need to learn from it. Now look at all the other people that moved from that company to those big law firms. Those are your targets. Talk to them, send them a cold email, ask them, what do I need to look out for? What do I need to achieve in this current place so that I can move to the next place? If you do the assignment very well and with the right soft skill, trust me, they'll respond. All of us on this call, all the mentors, maybe some people that are even attending, you get millions or tens of emails every day and hundreds of LinkedIn requests, but you don't accept all of them, right? Some people, the reason why you accepted them is that, okay, maybe this guy looks like he's going somewhere in life, or maybe he added a note and said something that really touched me, right? He looked at someone that did his research, right? All those small nuances, little things, get you access to your gate watcher, right? So know the gate watchers, look for them, talk to them the right way, right? There's a right way to do it. One of the talks that Mr. Opeyemi wanted to give was the mentality that most of the young Nigerians have now. I can't remember the word he used for it. Somebody owes me mentality. Sincerely, nobody owes you, right? Entitlement mentality. Thank you so much. Nobody owes you, right? In all my story, in all my journey that I've been mentioning, the people that I thought were going to help me did not help me. That's the sincere truth. They mostly third degree, fourth degree that helped me, not my first degree people, right? Every time I wanted to change up, and I reach out to my friends, guys, I'm looking for new opportunities. You'll be surprised, like, oh, sure. I'm going to introduce you to people. That introduction did not come. I did not find them, by the way. There are different things that people are going through. So you have to understand that. But don't feel entitled. Nobody owes you anything. But because you're aware of that, then everybody that's giving you a particular level of favor, you treat them and call them the right respect. Gate watchers can make your career and destroy your career, right? So let me tell you a short story. There was this dude when we were in Ife, OAU, right? Had access to one of the big tech entrepreneurs in Nigeria, right? And that guy was still in his final years, so he had started a mobile fast license company and was working with this particular person. And one day, the man that was helping him as a gate watcher to access the tech space found out that I was taking back deals, right? And the man said, I promise you, you're not going to get a job in the tech space ever again. I think that guy is still a lecturer somewhere right now. And he loves tech as a sector. Gate watchers can help your career, but if you behave wrongly in front of gate watchers, they can destroy your career. Even from my own personal experiences, right? Most of the things I apply for, I need references. All the people I've worked with and the relationship I've cultivated, those are the people that write reference for me. Some of them get to the point and say, Femi, tell me what you want me to write. That doesn't come randomly, right? It is positionally right. So I move on quickly on that. Recognize patterns, right? Study where you want to be in the next 5 years. Look for people on LinkedIn that have those that are in those lead stages, right? Look at their life, right? What do you have missing and what do you have, right? Work on what you have missing, find a way to solve for it. Understand, recognize patterns as quick as possible. It is difficult, right? My kid goes to school, is in the Montessori school, so they teach them patterns very early. I wasn't taught patterns very early. I figured out patterns in my 30s, okay, my late 20s, right? It is hard if you don't teach yourself for it, right? You need to understand, ask the right question. Why is this like this, right? Why is this like this? Or you went to an event and you're shaking hands with everybody and they say, oh, where did you finish from? Converner University. All of you work here. That's a pattern. Why are they hiring people from Converner University, right? Another tech sector in another tech company in Nigeria that hires a lot from OAU is VGG, right? I don't know whether they still do it. But VGG hires a lot of people from OAU, right? So automatically, if I'm from OAU, I am supposed to have access to that place. Covenants, Futa, there are schools and there are companies that are biased to a certain set of people based on how number 1, number 2, or number 5 of their hire did. And they optimize for that. Moving on. Soft skills. I'm not going to talk about soft skills much, but I just want you to understand. getting the job is easy. Interview is soft skills, right? It's not what do you call it? It's not can you do spreadsheet? Yes, I can do spreadsheet. Okay, now come and get the job. No, they want to understand whether you can keep a conversation, right? Whether you can look at the person you're talking to, whether you can say something nice, right? And job is changing, right? Before now, the only thing we cared about was that people needed to look a particular way. But now people are looking for diversity, right? Diversity makes a company good. We don't want to hire the same type of people. If job is changing, soft skills will become very big in the future, way bigger than what it is right now. Now that we're working from home, soft skills of the fact that I can trust that you do the job if you don't even come in the morning, right? Soft skills like that, being trustworthy, being able to see the right things, right? And the higher you go, the less you spend doing actual work. The higher you go, the more you end up managing people. It takes soft skills to manage people. You can be bullish and insult everybody, right? Because they are under you. And one day you'll be surprised that those guys will leave the company and get a higher job and they'll be on the same level with you and you have to work with them. But moving on. 4, maintain good relationships. Good relationships are good, right? The reason why I'm volunteering for this or mentoring for this because of good relationship, right? Some of you ask the right question. What is in for us, right? Some of us spend money, some of us spend time, right? If you ask individual, like let's say, I'm using the Converner as example. If we calculate how many hours he has spent on this project, right? And divide it by, and multiply by the number of how much his hour is worth. It's a lot of money that he has spent, right? But why does he do it? Apart from the passion, which is his core motive, right? The second thing is the fact that he creates new relationships. New relationships helps you in the future, right? Every one of you in the next 5 years, 10 years, you might meet him somewhere and he won't even know who you are. And be like, I remember you. You're the person that did this for me, did this for me, did this for me. One of the people on this call that I never spoken to since I left school was is one of the panelists too, is Mr. Tanimomo. The only thing I remember about him, there are 2 things. I know he used to program a lot, right? And he gave me all my first set of rock music, Christian rock music, right? That's the 2 things I remember from him. Because of that memory, right? If there were 16 people in the crowd, I see him, I'd be like, I remember this man, right? What do you need, right? It might be something you might not even need it, but like because I know him and there's a relationship, I'm disposed to always want to help, right? And that's the same thing for you. Your first degree might not do you a favor, but your second, your third, your fourth, it will surprise you, right? Know your God, right? As I said, 3 levels to things. Emotional. Don't make sure you don't spend too much time cleaning emotions, right? If I go to work every morning, right? I'm still going to go to know your God. This is just a segue. If I go to work every morning because I don't feel like working, I choose not to work. That is me making a decision from an emotional standpoint. Likely to be a failure. Maybe if my dad has a trust fund, my dad doesn't have a trust fund, right? Maybe if they were rich, maybe I have a decent, right? But emotional level decisions are terrible decisions, right? And some people are disposed to make emotional decisions. All my career journey, right? I can tell you my first job in Lagos was the worst job I've ever had, right? I was tested beyond limit, right? The boss, that's hotels and the boss had the highest level of how he wants things to be done, right? Much more exposed than I am, right? The third level of the conversation was like, he's very smart. So I spent 3 months on the project and he would go home and says, Femi, send the files to me. I'll look at it during the weekend. And by the time he comes back on Monday morning, we both know the same project and the same level. You know how humbling that is as a person, right? So I was really, really out of my depth, right? There were multiple times that I thought I was going to get fired. I was going to quit, right? But I wasn't making a decision from an emotional standpoint. Because if I were, I would have left when the going was tough. Like, I'll get another job, but that would have changed my journey, my trajectory in my career, right? So somebody just called, so I think I'm out of time. So I'll move on quickly. So don't make decisions from an emotional perspective. The second level is empirical. Get the facts, right? Get as many facts as possible. If you want to do something, talk to 16 people if you have to, right? Understand the fact. And the third one is get spiritual information, right? I don't believe in going to one things analysis, right? But know your God for yourself, right? There's certain things that people come to you and say, do this, and you know that this is not what I'm expected to do. It's a good deal, It's not what I'm expected to do right now. Like, for example, a lot of people are leaving the country. It might be their time. It's not yet my time. So I'm not trying to do it, right? I could try to do it, right? But because I know it's not yet my time, when my time comes, I decide to do it. If my time never comes, right? That means I'm not making the decision from an empirical standpoint. Because if I wanted to make it from an empirical standpoint, I'm like, the way the 2022 election is going to go, I'm not sure. Maybe I should leave, right? Know your God. So to end everything off, thank you so much everyone for joining. I hope I've been able to share a bit, one thing or two. Please, if you have any questions, you can send it to my email. I don't know if there are any questions.
Thanks. Yes.
Okay. Over to you, sir.
All right. Thank you, Mr. Fawole, man. That was a very good one, even though it was lengthy, almost double of your time. But it was something I was learning a great deal as well. Sorry, let me put on my camera. So I was learning a great deal. I mean, that was quite a session. So like I said, the director from Facebook will be joining us very soon. Will join us by 2:15. So you guys hang on. Like I said as well, there's a link for a job that we have, and it's a big multinational. It's not a small company for graduate people. Graduate engineers, not just engineers, graduate engineers, let me just say. So even if you're not a graduate engineer, you can share with someone. So then we are having access to someone very important that I think will be good for us to hang on. So please tell your friends to come back and come and have a great time. So the next person is Odia. Odia is a consultant as well with EY in Lagos. He's a CFA. He's an achiever. He's a great guy. He's a very, very great guy. So I'm sure that you will have a great time with Odia as well. So let's bring, is it Odia or Mr. Yinka? Mr. Yinka, you on the call?
Yeah, I'm here.
Sorry, is Mr. Yinka? Sorry. Mr. Yinka Tanimomo is the CEO of what's of the company again? Sorry, of the company.
Nervsparks.
So he's the CEO of Nervsparks. So he's a great guy. I'm sure you will have a great time listening to him. He's a tech startup CEO. So for those of us who are in the tech space, this is a good one for you. So just hang on. All right. Thank you, Mr. Yinka Tanimomo. The floor is yours. Please let's stick to so I'm thinking that Kojo will be joining us in the next 45 minutes. So let's just stick to the allotted time so that we'll be able to take Kojo as well as soon as it comes.
All right.
Thank you, sir.
Okay. All right. Thank you, Opey. All right. So hi everyone. Good to be here again. Thanks, Mr. Femi, for all that. I remember you taking all those rock music now, right? So let me just start by saying, of course, my story is quite similar to his. I finished from IFE. I had a BSc in electrical electronics engineering. Oh, that sounds huge. And I finished it at 2-2. And I also had an extra, and that was because, of course, I came into OAU as a fresh student, first class. Of course, all of us are first class before we come in, and entered in part 1. And what I saw was not what I expected. I had some image of the things that I was going to learn, and coming into school, and maybe it was from watching movies or whatever. And so I ended up in elect. In fact, I took another course before I changed to elect. And then after getting into elect, I realized it was not what I wanted. So I kind of just lost interest in formal education. So, and that's now made me, of course, it affected my results somewhat because I just did not have interest in formal education any longer. I was just there just because people think, oh, you have to be there, certificates are important and all that. And I made up my mind sometime around part 3 that, okay, it looks like this formal education thing is not for me. In any case, it doesn't look like I'm going to finish the first class any longer. So what do I need to do to get to where I need to go? And, one of the things I'm going to be mentioning is that, God has to play a large part in your story, because It's only God that can make sure that you get to wherever you are expected to get to. So I decided I was going to deprioritize my schooling in quotes and start focusing on an alternative method whereby by the time I finish, even if I don't finish with a first class, I was going to be able to provide value on so much level that the certificates will not matter. So you heard Mr. Femi saying I used to program a lot. By the time I got into programming, I then started programming a lot. I spent a lot of time programming. So I will really say that my career story, my career journey started, sometime around part 4 when I went on IT. I was able to work with a lecturer in school who owned a software firm, and as God will have it, I met someone there who became my mentor, who mentored me in programming, put me through a lot of things, and then drove me and made me to really, really start programming. And because I had lost interest in school, it was easy for me to pick it up. And then I just started programming and programming. By the time I got to part 5, I was already helping people to build their project, their final year project. And, I was helping people build their MSc projects. And then I started attending some hackathons, while I was in school. So which at the end of the day got me my first job. So everybody has mentioned it. Networking is very important. The connections you make are going to be very important. They are very pivotal to your career journey. I got my first job from an hackathon I attended. I met somebody there that also competed in the hackathon, but was already had industry connects, already had a startup that I was building. And while there, said, nice. What are you working on? Oh, okay, we should talk after this. And that's how I got my first job. So it's quite important that people know you for something that you do. What do you do? Do you do it well enough that people know you? So all through my career journey, I used to tell people that I've actually not worked at a job I got from getting a regular interview, so which is one of the things I'm going to mention is that you need to understand the industry that you belong to. So like Mr. Femi said, every industry has gate pickers. Every industry also has the methods that they use to operate. So if you're in the IT industry, if you're in the tech industry, how does tech work? How does it operate? So for example, if you're in the finance industry, then you will know that, for example, certificates are important. So you can't go the route that I went because I understood I was in the tech industry. But if you're in the tech industry where you understand that certificates are not as important, what you should be doing is making sure that you can offer value, right? So my first job was gotten via an hackathon. I met a friend there, and from there, I came back to Lagos, started working with him, and then I didn't stop attending hackathons. I kept on putting myself out there, going for industry events, going for conferences and everything. And, which leads me to some of the lessons I learned. As I was going for some of these conferences, I kept on programming, kept on doing my own projects, even though some of the projects that I was working on were not necessarily projects belonging to the company where I was working. I kept on working and building a profile, building a separate profile that I wouldn't have been able to build if I concentrated on only doing what I was expected to do where I was working. So I kept on building a profile, just using my spare time to work on other projects that I could use to refer myself to people. So when people come to me and say, oh, can you do this? I say, yes, I've done it. This is an example of something that I've done that solves this particular problem. So I went from there, I went to another hackathon. I met someone there and we got friendly. We got talking over a project that I was working on. And of course, I returned back to my job. And it so happened that he was also applying for another job. And while applying for that job, they asked him, of course, because they had settled the fact that he will work with them, they asked him to refer somebody else. And so he referred me. And that's how I got my next job after the first job. He referred me. I went there, we spoke that day, and was not up to 5 minutes, and I got the job, and I entered. Funny story is that the guy that referred me eventually did not get a job. They did not pick him. So it's important to be good at what you do. It's important that people know that you are good. It's not how good you are that matters. At the end of the day, is who knows how good you are. So because he knew me, he knew how I was good, he referred me. Now I got that job. He didn't get the job, funny story. And eventually he was able to, of course, I got the job, I resumed. And of course, eventually I was able to refer him back to make sure that he got the job. Of course, you always have to repay good with good. So the next job I got after that, it happened to be a job I got built on relationship also, which is another point I'm going to mention. Treat people right. Treat people right. Now, it's not here in my slides, but it's something that I'm going to emphasize on. I'm trying to stay away from things that people have already spoken about because of time and to avoid repetition. Treat people right. The next job I got after I got the other job was actually via someone that did not have anything to do with tech. I usually tell people she's a vendor. She's a, what do you call them? These people that sell refreshments, that sell biscuits, gala drinks. And, where I was working, because we picked up a relationship and we just kept on talking and I treated her right. She was able to recommend me, for a tech job somewhere in Lekki. I was working, I got to know her somewhere where she was selling something in Yaba, where there were a lot of tech people also, but based on the relationship we built, and it was not any significant relation, it was just being polite, being cautious. And she recommended me for a tech job somewhere in Lekki. And so I went for the tech job. It was a project. I got the project and we started the project. Now, it's important to understand that projects will not always go how you want them to go. Jobs will not always go how you want them to go, but make sure that you don't burn bridges, right? So some of us have worked in some places, the boss treated us wrongly, and so we just took offense, and then we started fighting the person. And everywhere we go, we make sure we tell people how bad that person was. Now, this gig that I got, I started working on it. And in working on it, I eventually, the owner of the gig, the person that employed me, I was a third party. He actually got the project and then licensed it to me to do. So the real owner of the project eventually got to know me because some of the things that were not working on that project began working after I came in on that project. Now, that project had dragged on for so long that eventually the person I came under ran away and left me into the project. Now, he collected some significant amount of money, gave me some other amount of money to work on that project. But because I just did that project the way I would have done it as if it was my own, then I got to know the original owner of the project. And eventually, the eventual owner of the project, I'm trying not to mention names, the eventual owner of the project was able to now build up a relationship with me. And then we started another company, and that's how I got my next job. So really my career journey has just been what I would call a journey of relationship building, really. So what are the values I've learned? First of all, understand your industry. Like I said, in some industries, certificates are important. So don't play with certificates if you're in those kind of industry. Go after those certificates, go after them. But regardless of whatever industry you operate in, understand that value will always trump certificate eventually. You might need certificate to back up the fact that you can do this, but eventually when the rubber hits the road, will you be able to perform? Will you be able to produce results? That's what matters, and that's what will help you to go a long way, right? Now, understanding the industry also means that you understand that there are several ways to enter into the industry. I took the hackathon route. I went to a lot of hackathons, built a lot of projects, met a lot of people in some of those hackathons. I remember going for an hackathon and I didn't even know that I won something in the hackathon. In fact, the hackathon was actually based on voting. And I and a friend both submitted for that hackathon, but because I was not informed that I was part of the top contenders, I was even organizing people to vote for my friend. Very funny story, but eventually they called me, and that was an hackathon organized by Samsung. So if you're in the tech industry, try and go for conferences, go for hackathons, go for conferences, go network, go and meet people. So it's not how good you are that matters, it's who knows how good that you are. All right. So one other lesson that I'm going to make sure that I highlight is you need to understand the requirements of that industry. Now, go online. Mr. Femi spoke about this. You can go to LinkedIn, you can see the kind of qualifications. That's how you understand the certificates that you should be going after. So go online, talk to people, look for job postings that talk about the kind of job that you are trying to apply for. If you are trying to apply, for example, for a front-end role, what kind of skills and skill sets are people that need front-end roles? What kind of skill sets are they looking for? So it's not enough to just sit down and just go after a particular route and think that you have the skill. So people come to me, they say, oh, I want to get into tech. I want to get into front end. In fact, somebody still came to me recently and said he wanted to learn Visual Basic. Now, some things are already outdated. So keep yourself up to date. Go, even if go on Jobberman, you will see the requirements there. Oh, front end, we need React.js. If you've not noticed React.js before, then pick React.js and go and learn what React.js is. So you know that this is something that I will need to do to get to my next job in this front end area. So the same thing, if you're in accounting, you will know what the skill sets are. Oh, do I need an ICANN? Do I need ACCA? Do I need if I need to go into finance, do I need to take CFA exam? What is CFA exam? I'm in IT. So do I need to take the ITIL exam? Do I need to take PMP? Are these certificates still valid? You know, Mr. Praise can bear witness. When we were in part 2, in part 3, there were certifications that we used to take that used to look very exceptional, will make you look unique. So you could take CCNA then, and you were just one of a few people that took CCNA. But right now, if you're finishing from the computer science department and you've not taken CCNA, it looks like you're not serious. So understand the requirements. CCNA right now is the basic requirement to get into the networking industry, for example. So you should understand that CCNA is there, but it's now basic, which means that for you to be unique, you need to go beyond that and go for whatever is next. For example, it might be CCNP, it might be CCSP, it might be something completely different. So make sure that you score job postings, update yourself. What skills matter now? What skills matter for the future? A lot of people have mentioned it now, mentioned it yesterday. Some of it, Mr. Femi summed it up. Some skills that matter now never used to matter. They are called soft skills. So are you building soft skills? You can get trained in soft skills. They do not teach this in school, but it doesn't mean that you cannot get trained in it. Now, if you check the World Bank ranking for the employability index and all that, you will realize that soft skills are now ranked higher than even hard skills for a lot of job roles, which means that you need to pay attention to soft skills going forward. So certificates are important, but value trumps certificates. And then like I would say, network. Then know and believe in God. Now, of course, I'm a Christian, and wherever you are, whatever you think you know, there's always a higher power. You do not know tomorrow. So no one can really predict tomorrow better than God. And it's easy for God to reveal to you your own path. And because sometimes our paths are unique. I like the fact that we are all telling all our stories and we all went in different paths. So your path is unique. Your path is unique. You don't need to compete with anybody else. Now, one person who can reveal the things that you need to do for your specific part is God. So make sure that whatever you do not lose your connection to God. So I will round up by just repeating my story again. It doesn't matter where you start from. It doesn't matter what you don't have. Whatever you don't have, you can always get. You can always get. The certificate you don't have, you can always get. But then the relationships that you build are very important and not things that you can do on your own. So external things that are important to you, fulfilling your career, make sure that you concentrate on it. All right. So thank you very much.
Thank you so much, sir. Mr. Tanimomo is is my good friend. He's a very meek person, very, very humble. We've handled a lot of projects in the past. There have been a lot of things that we've done together. In fact, when we're doing this, for a long time, I had not even contacted him. You know, I just put down his name that I know he'll be on board, because that's how much I know him, that, okay, it's going to be on board this program. So it's a great man. I really, really appreciate you. Thank you, Mr. Tanimomo. Like I said, we're expecting our friend from Facebook to join us very soon, I think by 2:15, you know, so you need to hang on. Yeah, so but the next person is Mr. Odia. Odia is a consultant with EY. He's a CFA, like I said. He's an amazing man. His camera is up. They're always wearing suits, those consultants. All right, so you can share your slide from your end. Thank you. Good to have you, sir.
All right. Can everyone see my screen?
Yes, we can see your screen.
All right. So good afternoon, everyone. Good afternoon, everyone. So thank you all for joining the session. Hope it's been a good one. Hope you've learned a whole lot. I personally have over the course of the hours. I mean, it's something that I find very, very important, because for me, this is where I really started. So I'll give you guys like a minute to basically try to digest what you've heard so far, because the approach, the way my story has even gone is, it may not be, I've not spanned like multiple jobs, so I'm giving you insight into just my one job that I've been at. Okay, so let's do that. Okay. So, my story really, the journey so far. My name is Odia Ogenerede, and I'm a consultant at EY, risk management consultant at EY. So I build quantitative models, financial models, and I've been there for better part of 3 years now, after NYSC. So I also served there. Now, I would say what I can use to sum up my journey so far is really about value, about impact, right? And how it all started was from the very first time when I was leaving the university, because my background is in computer science, right? Leaving the university, I knew I did not want to become a software developer, right? I just did not want to be writing codes all my life. I wanted to do more. I was always asking the question, how does my code writing translate to value for people? How am I going to impact people's life? So I heard about consulting, and I attended a bootcamp like this one, right, where I met a partner. So I knew, okay, if I needed to join this big consulting firm, what do I just need to do, right? I'm not going to go spend so much time on that story, because a lot of the skills, I mean, a lot of the speakers have mentioned things about them. So, but what really was important for me on this one was I just needed to perform at that point, right? During the workshop, I needed to learn quickly. If I had learned before I even attended the workshop, because I knew it was going to be there. So I needed to just put up a very good demonstration of what I could do. I needed to be able to speak clearly, communicate clearly, basically the elevator pitch style approach, right? And I mean, I got there, engaged them, did my thing, and I scored my NYSC at EY as a result. So getting into EY was something I'm always grateful for how it started, really, because he personally took me to my manager, right? He said, he told my manager, hey, have this guy. He knows a lot of stuff, suck his blood. Like literally that's what he said, right? So, and I'm grateful for that relationship, because what that relationship translated to, in fact, to today has been about this cycle that is on my screen here. It's about learning and it's about performing. Rinse and repeat. Basically learning, performing, right? If you're in consulting today, these are two alternating, like this is the way your brain will work, right? And I think it's applicable to other sectors as well, right? There's a learning phase, there's a performance stage. You always want to be able to switch quickly between both stages and maximize the value you can get out of it. And over time, what happens is you begin to build value. So I joined consulting really because I wanted to make impact. I wanted to be able to bring the best version of myself, bring my computer science knowledge, right? I used to write codes. I can program, I've built platforms, right? But I just did not want that to be the end of everything, right? I wanted to be able to see how these things affected everyday human beings, right? How can I help everyday people? So, I mean, I joined and my manager always like told me, like while training me, he tried to ensure that I learned like very good soft skills as well, as far as the technical skills. So during the journey, I had to do a lot of learning, right, on my own. In fact, if you'd see me on any good day at the office, right, during NYSC, I'm either working or I'm actually on Udemy. So on Udemy, learning every bit of information about risk management that there was to learn, right? Something that I wasn't comfortable with. I had never known anything about risk management before then, but because I just wanted to learn something that was different, where I felt like I could apply my technology mindset, my technology skills too. So I chose risk management because I also like numbers, right? I like the quant type of work. I like modeling. So it gave me the opportunity. I was able to read, study on my own. Then also, it was also teaching me the soft skills, right? When I joined, soft skills, I think I had some, but I wouldn't say they were refined as they are today, right? Because then I used to get the feedback a lot that people might think I'm proud, right? And for me, it was just confidence, right? I just like to speak up. I'm not shy when I know I have something to say, right? I just say it, right? But some people say, it might not be too, and which was true, but because of then I did not just know, right? Although thankfully it didn't affect me as much, right? Because I was also likable as an individual, right? I could engage in conversations on any topic, right? I could, right? When you bring up things, I'm not always, I don't switch off the conversation, right? So I was also likable, so it covered up for some of those flaws. And I think it's something you should also be aware of. Sometimes it depends on the environment. You need to be mindful of how you come across to people, taking the feedback, basically. So I had to learn, then I also had to perform, right? Know when to perform, because that is when like you begin to translate what you've learned into value, okay? Always be focused on the value. What is the value you are bringing to the table? What is the value? What is the value? Ask yourself, this thing I'm learning, what is the value? This thing I'm learning, what is the value, right? So that you can then bring in the value, because truth be told, what the managers are after, the partners are after is value. They want you, in fact, they want you to be in the performing stage 90% of the time, if possible, right? But it's not possible, right? But you need to show that you are bringing value to the firm. And I mean, the manager always told me that don't leave the office until you can say to yourself you've earned your salary for that day. Now, what he was trying to teach me when he said this was just be diligent at what you do, right? Be able to satisfy your conscience that, look, I have done what I'm here for, right? I've done what I'm being paid for, right? I've brought value to the firm that makes sense, right? So every night we would stay in the office doing work. It can be really demanding at the way consulting is, but you just have to put it, like, let it be in your subconscious that today I must bring out value. When I'm engaging people, I always ask myself, what value am I giving this person before I think of what can this person give me? Because trust me, it's only what you do to people that they remember, they take away. It's not what they gave you that they would carry in their mind. It's how they felt like when they engaged you, right? When I speak to people, that's like top of mind. What value can I give this person that this person would remember me for, right? So that's one lesson that he taught me, like, as I progressed, and I took that to heart. Every day working at the firm, I was always thinking about this. Even till today, even after he has left the firm, I still do it. I ask myself, what have I done today that makes sense, right? Now to CFA, the CFA journey, right? I was now in risk management, right? So I needed to ask myself that, okay, what way can I be of value to this team, right? My computer science background is good for the quants, right? I can write, I can build models, I can analyze, do quantitative analysis, right? But I also needed to be able to speak the finance terms. What better way to learn it? I chose the most difficult course in finance, right? The CFA program. And I mean, all it needed for me was I needed to grind. I needed to learn again. So it took me some time, perseverance, asking questions, meeting people to also get that in shape. And I've been able to also start, that has also started showing in my work. So which is the second performing curve, right? Learn CFA now. How is it adding value? So today I'm able to bring and translate my CFA knowledge into the work I do. And I mean, over the course of my short career, right, I've gotten recommended for doubles twice, right, back to back. And it's as a result of some of these things, being able to learn, being able to perform, because that's what's important in the career. So always keep the mindset of yet, right? You fail at something, which is something, this is an area that most people probably have not dwelled on a lot. You would fail. Definitely guaranteed you will feel flat on some on some things, right? But in those moments, have it at the back of your mind that not yet. That's just what it means. Not yet, right? When you fail, just tell yourself not yet. It means you've not fully understood what it takes to get to that next level you are looking to get to. Not yet. Just put that in your phrase. I mean, there's a story I listened to on TED, where the example was how students were being taught in school. Instead of writing grades, right, you got 90%, right? They just said, the teacher just decided not to write pass or fail. It was more like yet, right? You are yet to get the score. While the ones that pass, they have passed, right? So he encouraged to say that, okay, I didn't fail, but maybe just not yet, right? So that's the mind you need to be able to. So when you're in the learning phase, always keep the mindset of yet. When you're in performing states, always make sure that you can tell your conscience that you've done your very best. Now, over the course of those periods, the things that I found, like, that have helped me the most, right? Being confident, right? You need to be very, very confident, especially in consulting. If you want to work in consulting any day, being confident, it trickles down into how you think about your work, how you prepare for an engagement, right, with someone, with a project team, because you need to have the facts before you can be confident. You need to have done the work, right? So that when you are speaking, you are speaking from an informed standpoint. You have to be resilient, right? Nobody likes the guy that when things get tough, right, you just run away or you become invincible. Be there, right? The thing is, you always have people above you, right, that can always shield you. They are letting some of the heat flow down to you because they want to see how you would hold up, right? But just have the confidence that some people are there, right, that would still hold the bar, right? It's not you entirely, but they want to see that you are able to hold your own, right? When things get down. When also be teachable, right? Like I told you, my manager, the one I met from NYSC, I've learned a whole lot, even the way I dress, down to the way I dress. I mean, the way I used to dress, maybe in university was fine, but it went through the roof after meeting this guy. And trust me, it helps, because by the time we then go for meetings and people look at him, people look at his associates, it just makes sense, right? They want to talk to you because they are seeing a couple of very fresh looking guys. Be curious as well, right? Always ask questions. When you're in meetings with especially seniors, right? People that are experienced, partners, don't hide, right? Show that you are curious, you want to learn, right? I've been in rooms where the topic, maybe I just don't understand it. I've tried to understand. I won't go away. It was at the beginning, I would go away and then ask my manager to explain it to me. But sometimes they just also want to see that you are thinking along with them, right? So just ask the question. Obviously, make the question sound smart, okay? Ask the question, get the clarification, and keep it moving. Also, empathy. Now that I'm beginning to grow into a more senior role, I found empathy also very important, right? Dealing with junior associates as well, dealing with my fellow team leads, right? Is also key. You want to be able to see from the other person's point of view first, right? Be able to put yourself in the person's shoes, right? What is this person going through before I even try to ask this person to do something for me? It's always very important. Then also be visionary, right? Always try to think ahead, 5 years down the line. What is this thing going to look like, right? What is this solution going to look like? What is this service I'm providing today? Well, what is it going to look like in the future, right? In 5 years, in 2 years, would this client be able to use this thing? This guy that I'm helping today, would he still need me again in 5 years' time, right? So have that sense. Then on the softer side, be able to like structure problems, right? You need to go and learn how to structure problems and also solve them. Don't be the guy that when you need to solve problems, you just run away because you don't know how to do it, right? Take the trainings, how to solve problems. It's applicable across fields, be it banking, whatever. Be able to structure problems. Problem starts with problem statements. You take that bit, you break it down into the smaller problems, and you work your way back up into the overall problem, right? There's a science to it. Learn it. It's going to help you even in life generally. Then take calculated risk. Basically shoot, right? Take calculated risk. Don't sit down one place expecting the juice to be ready and you just drink. No, take the risk. Like if you need to meet somebody, go there, meet the person. If you need to engage a new client, talk to the person, right? You will never know until you do it, right? You would never know. Just shoot, right? You can shoot 1,000 shots. At least you will get 10, right? Okay, so just keep it going. Then this one, leveraging your friends, I think is something that is commonly overlooked. Like it's very key. You can't know everything, right? I found it most useful, right, to always lean on my peers, right? Lean on my peers, lean on my seniors, anybody above me that I know something that I don't know. I always try to lean on them. For instance, PowerPoint. I don't like PowerPoint. I'm an Excel guy, right? I write video, I write codes. But PowerPoint, I know my guys that are when it comes to PowerPoint, like you can't stand near them, right? When it comes to making presentation slides, all I need to do is just chat them up. Guys, help me with this topic. Give me the content. I will piece it together. That's it. So leverage your network. Don't be ashamed of asking questions. You see, if you don't ask questions, that's when you are really deceiving yourself. But ask enough questions, right? If you don't know something, to tomorrow, even if I don't know something, I can ask my associates, right? I'm just going to ask them, like, tell me what it is. Have you done the research? I don't know it. Tell me now. Do you get, like, so learn to ask a lot of questions, especially your friends, your community, anybody you know, just ask. You can't get lost if you ask. Then fail fast and keep it moving, right? Your belief matters, right? If you fail today, just keep moving. Like, you just count it as part of the learning phase, right? Not yet. Just keep it moving. Don't stop. Don't stop. If you need to cry, by all means, stay and cry first. Let it sink in that you actually failed, right? Especially when you've put in effort. There are days when I've put in so much of myself into something and it doesn't go well. I would come to my room, sit on my bed and cry very well for like 1 or 2 hours. But I just remind myself, I need to keep it moving, right? Stand up, just dust your shoulders, pick your laptop and do the analysis and keep it moving, right? The good thing is knowledge is cumulative, right? It's not like you lose the knowledge. Just make sure you pick it up, you pick up the knowledge, the learning point there, and you keep moving. Keep an open mind. Feedback is important, right? You are not seeing yourself, you are not the mirror. People see you. Always take feedback. Open up your mind, get the feedback, learn from it, move on. If you don't agree with the feedback and you think maybe the person is perceiving something, you can state it in a one-liner, right? Say, I don't quite agree, but I think I see your point. We move, right? Then the last one is, some call it luck, I call it grace, right? It's the same thing everybody has been saying. You need to know your God, right? I call it grace, really. Some things just happened for me that I wasn't really expecting. I didn't even put efforts into, but it just happened. Some of those opportunities will come, but that's where you now start hearing the conversation of opportunity meets readiness, right? You need to be ready so that when that grace does happen, right, you need to be ready to take advantage of it, full advantage, right? You soak up the entire opportunity because you are ready, okay? And I think, yeah, so materials that I've learned from in over the years, and I think I want some of you to like take the notes, you can watch some of these videos and learn from them. Dare to Disagree, Margaret Hefner, why good leaders make you feel safe. It was when I watched this video that I understood what my manager was doing to me, right? It was making me feel safe so that I could make some mistakes and I could move, I could also learn, right? Then your body language may shape who you are, right? If you're always hiding, you don't look up in the office, right? You're always buried in your laptop, right? That may become who you are eventually. But if you're the guy that is always up, always doing, people begin to see who you are and they want you to become that kind of person. Then obviously Harvard Business Review, you need to keep your mind sharp, right? Read things, read. And people you should consider following Elon Musk. I don't know why you shouldn't be following that guy. That guy is making things happen. Then Indra Nui, former CEO of PepsiCo, very strong lady. And obviously Steve Harvey for life tips. So I don't know if maybe someone has a question, one quick question I can answer before I drop off. If there is none, I think I'll hand it back to Ope.
Thank you so much.
Yeah.
Thank you so much, Odia. Amazing. Great stories. Yeah, so guys, we're running very fast. So we have kept you for so long, and even though I'm feeling guilty that why did I plan to keep this this long, but I think we should take some games right now. And then after that, maybe if we get Kojo on the call, then fine, Kojo, the Facebook guy. If not, I'll handle a session and we'll just call it a day. I think you guys have been amazing, right? So let me bring Frank, our game person. Let's do it again. As a matter of fact, you need to know who Frank is. Frank is like Odia as well. Frank made first class, distinction in masters, CFA, all these people to go into, go and check Frank Manka on LinkedIn. He's an amazing guy. So the fact that he's administering game too, it doesn't mean that the guy is very, very loaded, right? Okay, so Frank, let's have the game. Right? Thank you.
All right, well, thank you. So guys, I saw some complaint on the chat the other time that some were unable to log on, while some complain about the question not showing on the screen. I've activated that functionality. So once you log in via your phone now, you have the question on your screen. So please, I've posted the web address. I'll do that again now. Kindly copy from the chat box and log on. Yeah, Musa. So you can see on the screen 74051993. So use that to log on. Then use your phone number, please, as your username for easy identification. Phone number to log on, please.
Okay, Frank, that last question though.
Yeah, he said.
That last question, Australian is a country. Is Australian, yeah, no, not Australia. Is Australian a country?
All right, guys. Yeah, well done. Congrats to the winners.
All right.
Over to you.
Thanks. Thank you, Mark, Frank. All right, guys. So I can't see Kojo. I don't know. Something must have happened. So I'll get back to him. But let me just take my presentation and then we call it today. I posted what I told you. The opportunity I posted is from Deloitte, cybersecurity opportunity for graduate people. So if you know anybody who needs that opportunity, yeah, please get it across, spread it with people who you think fits that profile. You know, but very quickly in 10 to 15 minutes so that we can round off and go. It's already 2:30. I feel guilty keeping you guys this long, and I feel honored that some of you are still on the call. I feel this is a great one, you know. So someone said, I'm very happy now I understand the game. Okay, that's good, the game. All right, so let me share my slide, just a sec, so that we can get out of your face, and then you can start to put what you have learned to use. And that's the most important thing, right? So, yeah. So like Mr. What's it called? Mr. Femi Fawole said, you know, I want to speak about dealing with entitlement mentality. You know, there are a lot of people, a lot of young people who feel that their uncles owe them, Nigeria owes them, their brothers, their fathers owe them something, that, you know, blah, blah, blah. They are bitter with someone because they didn't give you one thing, you know. So you feel that the whole world must give to you. You are the almighty receiver that must receive, that must receive from everybody. All the monies must come to you. When people have opportunity, they must tell you. When they don't tell you, you are offended because they didn't tell you, because you are Almighty God. You know, so that's exactly the mindset I want to deal with. That, see, the truth is, in the part of life, in this journey of life, nobody owes you anything. You know, you owe yourself, whatever it is you become, whatever it is you're able to achieve, you owe it to yourself. You know, so I just want to, as you are going and leaving this webinar, you know, please don't go with the mindset, forgive your uncle that didn't give you money when you needed money on campus. Forgive your dad. Maybe married another wife and stopped taking care of you guys, right? Forgive all of those people. Oh yeah, Kojo is on the call. Please, So guys, Kojo is on the call. Sorry, he joined as an attendee. Can you guys hear me now? Is GL around? God's love, is he on the call?
I can hear you.
All right, Kojo. Kojo, so good to see you.
Good to see you too. Good to see you too. Am I showing now?
Yes, I can see you now. I
Okay,
can see you now.
Sorry about that. I've been listening to your encouraging words to people who may have had some disappointment before, but I've been unable to speak. So apologies for that. There was some technical issue.
Okay. Good to see you. So
Great to see you
so now, yeah, well done. So Kojo, I met Kojo at Alliance for Affordable Internet. I met you physically. Yeah, we met physically when the Minister of Communication was when it was first installed, and he came to Lagos. And he was in Lagos too. Yeah, that was the first time I met Kojo physically. Then subsequently, many other Alliance for Affordable Internet sessions, I met you, and Kojo has been an amazing friend. He's been an amazing brother as well. He's a great guy. He's an achiever. So I would just like you to speak to my people. We're a bunch of young guys who desire to be great in life and just aspire
guys
to
and
greatness.
Girls.
And then,
guys
and girls, sorry.
Fine.
Guys and girls in the spirit of gender sensitivity. All right. We just have this encouragement for people on the call that their dreams are valid, that whatsoever they aspire to be in life, that they can be it. So that's what we're preaching. And I'm handing over to my friend as well, God's love. She's going to anchor the conversation with you. So thank you, Kojo. Thank you for coming around. I didn't know you were around actually. Thank you. So I'm going to suspend what I have to say. Let's have Kojo. Thank you. God's love, over to you. Are you ready as well?
Yes, I am. Good afternoon, everyone. Thank you, Mr. Kojo, for joining us.
No need.
My name is
God's love. No need for the Mr. Just call me Kojo.
Okay, that's fine. That's fine. My name is God's love Adagmoin, and I am the communications manager for the government of Alberta. I will be anchoring the next session, which happens to be a Q&A session with a very experienced industry expert, just like Mr. Okwe was saying. Without wasting much time, conscious of Mr. Kojo's time as well as everyone's time on the call, if that's okay, we can jump right into the questions. And for those who are still on the call, if you have any questions, feel very free to drop them in the chat box, the Q&A box. And if we have time, we will take as many questions as possible. Okay, ready? Kojo, what would you say has been your major drive and that has brought you to where you are in your career? If there was one thing or a couple of things that has always motivated you and has brought you to this point, what would you say those things are?
That's a great question. So are you asking for things or you're asking for one? You said
1, 2, 3.
Okay,
1, 2, 3 is fine.
I'll try. When it was one, it was a really tough question. And I think I quickly settled on Africa, and I'll summarize why. I think that in many ways, I am less fortunate than many of those on the call who are in Nigeria or other parts of Africa. I was born in Ghana, but I was born at a time in Ghana's history when it was quite tumultuous. For whatever reason, we had coup after coup, which gives an indication of how old I am. And I had to leave Ghana as a very small boy. And I didn't return to Ghana until my early 20s. But I always tell everyone that my household in the UK where I was brought up was a small pocket of Ghana, like a Ghanaian embassy in East London first and then North London, wherever else. And I never brought into the images of Africa that we were shown in the UK and in many parts of the West. So if you remember the early 80s, Ethiopian famine, we had even some countries gained independence at that time, but it always seemed like a quite difficult place. But I was always told that Africa was a place of beauty, of opportunity, of intense intellect, and unrivaled history. And for that reason, I think absence made the heart grow fonder for me. So I hear about all these things, but unable to be there for whatever reason. And I think that gave me a thirst for just learning about just everything African. So, and it's a long story to go into, but being an African in the UK at that time wasn't, even as it is now, wasn't easy, but certainly wasn't easy back in the early 80s, whatever, for small children going to school or for adults trying to make a way. But most of my school projects were about Africa. I've got like the Golden Stool of Ashanti was a school project, the Volta Dam, the history of South Africa, the Mau Mau Rebellion or whatever it is in Kenya. It was always about Africa. I'd always focus on Africa, and that was just my passion, to be honest. It was and it was the one thing I excelled in because I liked doing it. So I went on to read the equivalent A-levels here, we call them, and went to a pretty tough school, but got very good grades for A-level. And tough as in a bit rough around the edges, the school. And then went on to uni to do African history, but with development studies. So by then I was thinking about how do we develop Africa? Like, what do we need? What steps do we need to take? All of that kind of stuff. I was very passionate about that. Went to a good uni to study that. Came out, and then I went back and read for a master's in development studies. Again, how do we develop Africa and all of that kind of stuff. So if you ask me for one thing, I would say it's my passion for Africa, and by extension, I guess, if you ask me for the other two, a passion for the development of Africa, socio-economic development of Africa. So both society, social issues, but also the economic development of Africa. And I think that's what's driven most of my work. So if you look at my career, I met my good friend Opeyemi at Alliance for Affordable Internet, but before that, I'd worked for 9 years in the Commonwealth, which gave me an opportunity to visit much of Africa, but also the Caribbean, Asia, the Pacific as well, to understand how lots of countries that were former colonies, but lots of countries have gone on after independence to develop and create their own government systems and all that kind of stuff. So I think Africa, and I would pocket that second bit as kind of equity and development for what we used to call less developed countries and regions. Sorry for the long answer.
No, that's fine. Thank you so much. Yeah. The passion for Africa, development of Africa. Thank you so much, Kojo. Next question. For fresh graduates who are just leaving the uni, or for final year students who are unsure of what to do next in terms of launching into a career that they are interested in, or they're not even sure of the career path that they want to take. What would be your advice?
A couple of pieces, actually, The first advice I would do is don't do what I did. So before leaving uni or freshly graduated from uni, I was incredibly nervous and concerned and scared about what would happen, where would I go, what would be next, and all of that kind of stuff. And I think that can be counterproductive in many ways. And I'm generally a bit of a worrier in a way, I guess, about what's next and where am I going and all of that kind of stuff. But I think if I could tell myself back then, kind of before I graduated, kind of what would the best lessons be, I would say don't worry and things will fall into place. You have to do stuff to make it fall into place, but I would say that. So worrying is counterproductive. It doesn't do anything for you. And it actually, counterproductive. It negates what you're trying to do. So that's the number one. The number two is difficult because it depends what kind of degree you're doing. So there are some degrees where, in fact, the career path for you is seemingly set. And I say seemingly very deliberately. So if you're a medical graduate, it's set for you if you want to be a doctor or a consultant or in many, many different parts of medicine, but it's set for you. If you're a lawyer, it's supposedly set for you. And I'll say supposedly and explain the supposedly and explain the seemingly. But in many fields like mine, if you think about it, development studies and history, you come out and it's not very clear where you want to be. And I would say for those graduates, 100% you're set. The ones where your career's set, I would say you're set, you're ready to go. Be confident that you will find a place within that field, but also know that in some cases you should be flexible about how you work. So we have many lawyers within my team at Meta, who felt they were set for a career to do the bar and to be, litigating or whatever else, or doing corporate law, and now they're doing public policy. So I would say that people should be flexible in their thinking if you have the opportunity to be, would be the other piece as well. And I think that's generally, that would be for those who, like me, read art subjects or whatever else. There are so many different avenues to get into, and I would say be flexible about what you're thinking about. And then I would say don't put too much emphasis on, actually, let me rewind. If you had the ability to know where you want to be by the time you're 50 years old, then I applaud you. God has blessed you abundantly with that kind of vision and the ability to have a plan and to execute on that plan. I'm not that sort of person. So I hadn't planned where I wanted to be by the time I was 50. And I think some of us get into a hole where we say, oh, in 20 years time, I want to be here. In 50 years time, I want to be here. Have a general picture, fantastic. But I would encourage people to think about where they want to be in 3 years time, 5 years time, maybe 7 years time. And I think that can bring about less pressure. And in fact, I think it's easier to strategize and to kind of determine what steps you need to take. It's especially in a world that is changing as fast as the world is now. So I know I'm part of a completely different generation. I left university in 2000 or whatever it was. I can get the year for you. We had just begun using email a few years before that. I still remember using dial-up internet. We live in a really fast changing world. And I think careers, the way we work, the tools we use to fulfill those careers will change and be flexible, dynamic, to mirror the way the world is. And I think in that kind of instance, planning too far ahead and putting pressure on yourself to plan too far ahead, again, would not be the best thing to do for many, many people whose careers aren't set in the way some university graduate careers are. I hope that makes some sense.
Yeah, that makes some sense. Thank you. And I guess my key takeaway from that is worry can actually be counterproductive. So do not worry, do not be scared. Do what you have to do to get to where you want to get to, and then be flexible in your thinking, where you want to walk, and all of that good stuff. Thank you, Kojo.
Pleasure.
So over now to the next question. This is quite a complicated one, and I guess you touched on it when you were answering the first question about passion, right? A lot of times we hear very successful people talk about passion, and the fact that their passion, like you said, drove them to take certain steps. And today, a lot of people consider them successful. But then we hear young Nigerians, young Africans, young Ghanaians say things like, I don't have a passion, right? I'm not sure what I'm good at. When I see people say, oh, their passion is singing, Bitcoin, blockchain, Africa, development, I, as an individual, I can't really place my hand or a finger on what my passion is, right? I probably even studied what I studied in uni just for the sake of it, right? That was what was available. That was what was offered to me. What would you say to those people? Where is the place of passion in the path to success or career success, career development?
So I think that's a great question because I hear that all the time. So I think I'm going to caveat this one as well. So I think it's incredibly important to be passionate about what you're doing. But I'm also mindful that there will be instances in which you're not passionate about what you're doing. And within those instances, you still need to excel and push and be as excellent about those things, or seek to be as excellent about those things as you are when doing the things you're passionate about. And maybe I should have rewound a little bit. The ones you mentioned, God's love, dancing, Bitcoin, and there are a couple of others, or singing you mentioned. Some people stumble upon their passion, like it's obvious and God's given. Someone who's 4 can open their mouth and they realize they sing, they're part of the church choir or wherever else, and they realize they're passionate about. The guy or lady who was passionate about Bitcoin has probably become passionate about Bitcoin in the last 5 or 6 years. They've found their passion. And I would say for people who aren't in a place where they are unsure what their passion is again, don't put too much pressure on yourself about finding what that passion is, but know that it will be uncovered. To me, passion is highly linked to purpose. And I think all of us as human beings need to find purpose. I think it's often put in front of us sometimes. It's often said in many, many different ways, whether your parents tell it to you, whether it's a quiet word in your ear of some sort, whether it's something you've seen on TV or something you've read. I think we sometimes miss our purpose, and therefore we might miss what we're passionate about, but I think we can find it. So I'd say don't put too much pressure on yourself, but do create quiet moments, do create different experiences for yourself, do speak to different people outside your normal circles, because in that place you might find this purpose, i.e. passion, and that might help you kick on. The second piece I was talking about initially was, yes, passion is extremely important if you want to excel, just as purpose is. They're tightly interlinked. But I think that we have to remember that sometimes you can't always do what you're passionate about to get to do what you're passionate about. So throughout my career, and that's the only experience I can really speak to, I was in places where I wasn't, or doing things that I wasn't particularly passionate about, but I've always been someone who wants to do things to an excellent standard, whatever it is. Like my wife tells me I'm a perfectionist and all that kind of stuff, whether it's taking the bin out or sweeping the floor or buttering my bread or whatever it is. Like I want to do things perfectly. And I would encourage people that in whatever they're doing, whatever endeavor they're doing, whatever job or course or whatever they have embarked on, they should try and excel in that. And that's the one thing I'd say about passion. I feel like I've gone off on a few tangents, but that's the one thing I'd say about passion and how important it is, and how you may not discover it immediately. And sometimes you have to work in periods where you're doing things that you might not be passionate about. And can I just add a little bit, God's love? The bit where you're doing things where you might not be passionate about, in my experience, is molding you and training you, even if it's the self-discipline to get through things that you're not passionate about as one piece of training, which is important, is molding you and training you. So when that moment where you discover your purpose, that moment where you discover what you're passionate about comes, you're ready. You're ready for it. Does that make sense? I think the group here is too young to remember the first Karate Kid movie, but I always talk about the Karate Kid movie, the first one, not the one with Will Smith's son, although they do the same thing in the one with Will Smith's son, Jaden Smith, whatever it is. But there's a period where he wants to learn karate and Mr. Miyagi takes him to his house and he says, wash the wall. And the guy washes the wall. He washed the cars. He washes all the cars. He says, then paint the fence. And the guy paints the fence. And then he says, do something else. And the guy does another chore. And in the end, the guy gets frustrated. He says, you were going to teach me karate, but all you've been teaching me is to paint your wall, wash your car, scrub your this, scrub your that. And then the teacher says, come, stands there. And he says, now, paint the wall. The guy starts doing the paint the wall motion. And he realizes that paint the wall motion is a karate move, a defensive karate move. He says, wash the car. Starts doing wash the car motion. And he realizes that is a karate move. And I think sometimes we're in the midst of doing things that we're not passionate about, don't feel great about, don't understand what the purpose is and why we aren't following our passion right now. But actually it's molding us and training us that when our passion comes, that moment of purpose comes, that moment of truth comes, we're ready.
Thank you, Kojo. That is really important. I guess what I'm hearing is that passion is linked to purpose. And even though you may be doing something that seemingly you are not passionate about, it's a process. The skills you are picking on along the way definitely will help you when that light bulb moment goes out, or when you finally find your passion. To those still on the call, if you have any questions, one or two, we may be able to take them. So please drop them in the chat or in the Q&A. I will move on to the next question, Kojo, if that's okay with you.
Yeah.
Similar to the question which you just answered, a lot of Africans have big dreams, right? A lot of young Africans have big dreams. They have dream jobs. They have lofty ideas. This is the kind of house I want to live in. This is the kind of job I want to have. This is the kind of family I'm thinking about. But then again, when you come to such boot camps or when you attend a mentorship session, you also hear people say start small. Right. So where is that balance, right? I want to work with Facebook. I'm a fresh graduate. I want to work with Facebook, right? I want to work with Google. I want to work with Samsung. Where is that balance between this is my dream, right? Versus I have to start small. Are my dreams actually valid? I guess that's the question.
I think dreams are 100% valid. I was actually speaking to friends. I played football this morning. I was speaking to friends this morning about the importance of visions and dreams and to have that all the time. I would love if I had time to be able to go upstairs and get my vision board from my office upstairs and show you that. And I think it's so important to have, despite what I said earlier about thinking too far ahead, I don't want it to sound contradictory, but I think it's so important to say, I want to be, I want to have a family. I want to be successful. I want to do those sorts of things. So I think 100%, and to put it out there, don't tell everybody your dream. You don't want to be Joseph and then suddenly you're thrown into a pit and all of those kinds of things, but tell people who you feel are gonna aid you, press in with you, support you as you try and achieve those dreams. But I think they're incredibly important to have, incredibly important to visualize. And that's why I often have a vision board set up with pictures of things that I want to achieve or things that remind me of what I want to achieve. And it's important to verbalize it. And I'll be frank as well. I know this isn't a religious event, but for me, it's also been important to pray about it, whether that's my mum and whoever praying for me or praying it in, but also for me to pray about it as well. And people can find their own line with how they press in. But for me, it's been important to do that. And the small steps part, I also think that's important. So despite saying visions and all kinds of stuff, I think that's important. I'm someone who annually does kind of what I would, my goals for the year at the start of the year. As I said before, I think sometimes it's best to think small, kind of how do I get to this? I may want to be at point X in a couple of years or 3 years, but how do I get there? How do I get to A, B, and C and D now on the way there? And what steps do I need to take? So I think that's important. Can I give you a kind of story, metaphor, or whatever else? When I was about 8 years ago, I tried and failed to climb Kilimanjaro. And I know everyone knows it's kind of the highest mountain in Africa. And I failed. I got a pulmonary edema, which is like an inflation of the lung, and I had to descend quickly, come down. But I still think that was physical, 100% physical because of the altitude. But I still think a part of it was mental. And a part of it was because on the very first day, I couldn't help look up and think, how, and it was warm, it was, jungle. And I look up and there's this snow-covered mountain peak, 7 days away from this climb, this epic climb, or 5 days away from this epic climb that we're gonna do. And I still can't help but think that if I hadn't looked up and been in awe of how big the challenge was in front of me, how difficult it was to get there, a little part of me still feels that kind of mentally I would have been in a lot better place to climb, and that may have had an impact on the physical thing as well. So I always say, well, Kilimanjaro is never climbed in a day. Rome wasn't built in a day, they say, but Kilimanjaro certainly wasn't. And if I'd taken smaller steps and been less concerned with the end goal. The end goal is I wanted to climb it. It's not I wanted to get to the snowy bit and overthink that bit. I think I would have been in a better place. And I think I would encourage a lot of people to think about that, how the small steps help you get to those big ones and focus on those small ones.
Thank you so much, Kojo. Small steps are quite important. And another key takeaway from me from that was that we need to keep verbalizing our dreams, keep saying it. And probably share it with those that you trust. Thank you. Okay. Next question, Kojo. What are some opportunities or gaps in the tech industry across Africa that you think unemployed African youths or fresh graduates can tap into, right? Rather than waiting for a job, waiting for that dream job, just like we were talking about, what are some steps or what are some opportunities and gaps that Africans, fresh graduates can start looking at, probably leverage on before they get that job, or they may not even need that job that they are looking towards?
Yeah. So I think there's a lot, and I wouldn't say I'm the person to uncover all of them. I think there's lots of, as I talk to people across the continent, I think there are lots of graduates who are already tapping into those opportunities in their communities as it is. I think a couple of years ago we had, I can't remember what the event was called, but we called together 60 or 70 young people, whether they were graduates or not, who were tapping into opportunities within their own community. So I think people are more than capable of doing that. And I wouldn't want to suggest I'm better at that. I would certainly say the training opportunities offered by organizations. And I know for graduates, you feel like you're trained to death, right? You've just done your degree, you've done whatever else. But I think there are other training opportunities, whether as tech developers, whether as entrepreneurs, whether as you know, just wannabe new entrants into tech firms. There are lots of opportunities, and I know Meta, we have launched lots of those with small to medium businesses, with young people who want to find places in the tech industry, with programs like Digify Pro, with Boost Your Business if you own a business. We had a lot of developer programs as well, which we're trying to kick off again as well. So I think look around the industry, look around the sector, and there are opportunities. I know a lot of emphasis is placed on entrepreneurship. I have a slight hesitancy about that. I think entrepreneurship is super important, but I also think the creation of jobs is super important. I know that entrepreneurs go on to create jobs, but I know the narrative for a lot of graduates and young people that I speak to is they're supposed to be entrepreneurs. They're supposed to be doing something. Actually, some people are supposed to be employed. I'm employed. So some people are supposed to be employed. So I would say, yes, think about entrepreneurship, but also think about in your community, the kind of jobs you can create at the simplest level. I would certainly put that around. And then I would think about, yes, for some people, as you mentioned earlier, the dream is to work for companies like mine and many of our other companies in the tech sector. And that's just not the Twitters and the Googles and whatever. There are companies coming up, born in Africa, raised in Africa, and I'm sure will go to the world, that are also growing, gaining funding in order to grow, and they present opportunities as well. So I would probably point people towards those. If I had to bucket those, I would say think about increasing your skills even further, so you can find jobs in the tech sector that your CV looks even more attractive. Even if that's, I know people hate this word, but even if it's internships or internships or just experience with companies and organizations like that. The other one is what opportunities around you, and this is only because I've seen many African graduates and young people find opportunities and ways to have impact in their immediate vicinity, immediate community are around you, I would say. And then the other piece is there are hopefully increasing opportunities with tech companies in the region. It purely because the region is so important to everybody involved in tech, whether you're a huge company or big company like mine, but also the smaller companies in the region as well. I would say keep your eyes peeled for that. And can I just add another one as well that I think is incredibly important and something that I'm probably not as good as I should be at, which is to network. I think there are 67, 66 people left on this call. I don't know how many have attended throughout the last few days, but I would network. I would ask people, what they do, where they're doing it, what they hope to do if they're not doing anything at the moment, where they hope to do it if they're not doing anything at the moment. And I think the strength of people's network often is the key to getting opportunities or understanding where those opportunities are and being able to leverage them. So I'd probably say those few bits of advice.
Thank you, Kojo. Keep your eyes open for opportunities around you. Okay. If you don't mind, I'll take one of the questions I see in the chat. Yes.
God's love, I just want to correct that a bit because that sounds naive. So for some people, keep their eyes open for opportunities around. There'll be some students on here, just as I was, a young graduate who will say, well, keep my eyes open for opportunities around. There's no opportunity around. I've been keeping my eyes open. I've sent my CV. I've done this. I've done that. And those are the other pieces that I would say. I would say continually network, keep heart, continually network as well. Certainly keep those eyes open for opportunities around you, but also network, reskill, even if it's at home, learning how to type more quickly or reading about Bitcoin or NFTs or the metaverse or whatever else rather than a formal course. I would do all those bits as well.
Thank you, Kojo. One question from the chat box, which I guess is a question on the hearts of a lot of Nigerians or Africans is, do I really have to leave Nigeria, Ghana, South Africa to succeed, right? Yeah. Do I have to be out of Nigeria? Do I have to be out of Africa to succeed in my career or to gain some form of traction in my career?
It's a great question. It's a great question. Again, I can only speak to experience. And some people will say, well, Kojo, you left when you were a small boy. You didn't come back to Africa until you were 20. You're not qualified to talk about whether I need to leave or not. You left. So I would say any opportunity to broaden your horizon in anything, whether you're living in the UK and need experience in Africa, as many do, as many did, makes a lot of sense. But one of the things that I've been quite really vocal about actually within our company, and I'm so thankful that our company, HR and recruiting, have taken significant steps, is that there is tremendous, so I'm biased, like I'm really biased. I'm biased because I think that there is tremendous talent on our continent. I think we have some of the most intelligent people, if not the most intelligent. And I see that every day, not just the graduates, also the guy that sells me my coconut water when I'm walking in Accra, as I did over Christmas, or my Uber driver in Nairobi, or my friends in hotels in South Africa. We have people who speak multiple languages with ease. We have people who understand particular political dynamics much better than I do. And I think we just have an innate intellect. And I think one of the things I pressed on Meta to do is tap into that. And I think many people have pressed on Meta to tap into that. So I think what we're seeing is a number of opportunities being grown or being developed for Africans in Africa. One of the reasons why we've been so intent on opening an office in Nigeria, we have one in South Africa already. The next one is Nigeria. One of the reasons why we've been so intent is because we realize the talent that's there. And that's talent, whether that's in sales, like the commercial talent who I work with, but also the policy talent. We have policy people working within the office. We have comms people, etc. So I think we are fully aware as a company of the talent that's there and how to tap into it. And I think that speaks to the fact that there are opportunities there. Again, because I'm always quite candid, I don't want to say Meta opening an office in Lagos resolves the challenges that Nigeria has with a population of 200+ million and however many graduates will graduate this year wanting work and however many want to work. Not everybody does. Wants to work at Meta. We're not the solution to it. But I think across the continent, you're seeing opportunities open up by those companies who, again, born, raised in Africa and will go much further in Africa, but also those companies that have an interest in working in Africa, like the Metas, like the Googles, like the Amazons, like the Jumias and all of that kind of stuff. So in short, God's love, the short answer is, I don't think one has to leave Africa in order to access some of those opportunities. Just as I think if you're in the US or the UK, you don't need to leave the US or the UK to access those opportunities. In the scheme of your career, does it help to have networks, to have traveled beyond? Does it help to have worked beyond the country that you're in with people? I think it does. But is it a prerequisite, and is it 100% necessary in order to grab opportunity? I don't think so.
Thank you very much, Kojo. One last question, if you don't mind. You've talked about some of the opportunities that Meta is creating for Africa and in Africa. Are there any particular examples or specific examples you think you would like to share, or do you think?
Yeah, I could wax lyrical about the opportunities. Some of them are by extension, right? So some of them are just the investments we're making in infrastructure that are going to help small, medium, big tech companies work better. Some of those are the investments we're making in particular programs like the one I've mentioned, training small to medium businesses, young entrepreneurs, young people and women, etc. I think all of those do. And then some of them, to be frank, are the jobs. And again, I want to be really candid that we're not going to create 100 million jobs in Nigeria for however many people want jobs in Nigeria. I'm not quite sure what the figures are. But some of them certainly are the jobs, whether it's being employed by our teams that work across the region or within the offices in places like South Africa and Nigeria. Again, the big thing about the Nigeria office is we will have an engineering unit. It's our first kind of multifaceted office, or the only one that we're going to be opening in the next few years, that has engineering, comms, policy, business people, etc. And there'll certainly be opportunities there as well, I think. So yeah, and many other companies. We're not the only one. You saw Google open an AI center. You've seen Twitter become open its own office in Ghana, and it's hoped to do much more. So there's many other companies that will create opportunities as well.
Thank you. I know I said that was the last question, but trust me, this is the last one. Just on the chat box, I see a number of people talking about having one form of disability, for lack of a better word, or physical limitation, and that is preventing them from getting opportunities, or they have faced a number of rejections in terms of jobs, internship, just because of that limitation. What would be your advice to such people?
So that's a great question. I actually think and I'm not on the chat, so I can't see what those disabilities are. So apologies in advance if I speak more broadly. But I think the world is thinking more broadly about kind of access to opportunities for people with disabilities. I know we have specific programs within Meta to ensure that whether it's a learning disability, a physical impediment, or whatever else, we have ways in order to enable people to actually, interestingly, to give their best performance at interview stage, but also once you get the role and you're working at Meta, to give your best at Meta as well. So I think there is, I won't say the world and then say broadly everybody's in the same place. I think there's a lot more.
I think that's from Kojo's hand. Yeah.
Yes, it is. I think we lost him for a brief second there. Okay. Okay, Mr. Akbai, I guess I can hand over back to you now. That was the last question that we had. Over to you.
Thank you so much, Mrs. Godslove. Thank you very much. Yeah, thank you for, Diana is also on the call. Diana is also from Facebook as well. Yeah, good to have you guys. Thank you, Diana. You want to say something? Just want to say hello to the people.
Oh, hello. And Sophia Okeke, I saw your question and I tried to give you a little answer, but I sent it to you personally. So I hope you see that.
Okay, you want to answer some questions? Is that? Yeah.
No, I think I just answered Sophia's question.
Oh, you just did. All right, that's great. That's great. Thank you. Kojo is back. Okay, so
hey,
I hand over to you guys. Bye. God's love and Kojo.
Sorry, God's
Okay.
love. I don't know where that cut.
No worries. You were just talking about some of the opportunities that Facebook and some other companies, some bigger companies provide for those who have disabilities, but not all companies have gotten to that point.
Yeah, not all companies, to be frank, not all governments, not all societies look at some of these impediments in the same way. And I think we need to get to a place where we all do. I know within Meta, we have looked at for at least the last, I know even last year in our policy programming, we had some programming to work on issues for people with disabilities. That's not only highlighting the issue and the challenges they face, but it's also highlighting the sometimes unique skills and benefits they can bring to organizations as well in some cases. But just highlighting generally these people and people with those disabilities are and can be valued members of companies, of organizations, of institutions as well. And we have lots and lots of examples of that. We need to just do more about that, and highlighting it is really important.
Thank you so much, Kojo. Thank you for your time. We appreciate you joining us today. And we thank you for all of the insights that you have shared in the last 30 to 45 minutes. I will be handing you over to your very good friend, Mr. Opeyemi.
Thank you, Kojo. So I'm going to put the spotlight on you, Kojo. So I'm going to ask you just one question. So the next version, the next event that we're going to have, I just wanted to tell them that you'll be there.
That's pressure.
That's pressure, man.
Yeah, Charlie, my diary. Can I say because of because I like this conversation. It's not set questions, it's not set answers, it's just a genuine conversation. And can I say I will commit to being there? And commit doesn't mean promise. Like I'll commit to being there.
I get it.
Something may happen, but I'll commit to being there, and I'd really like to be involved again.
Thank you, Kojo. So
actually, Opeyemi, can I ask one thing? Because this is important.
Please. Great.
I don't know how you're going to take stock of how valuable or impactful the event was. Great. So one of the things that I like to do, this is perfectionist in me, I guess, or the guy. I'd love to know if people found it valuable. If people found it valuable, then I'll commit to being at the next one. Fantastic. If people said, nah, this guy, it was a waste of 45 minutes. I didn't even understand what he was saying. Then maybe I can just be an audience in the next one. So
let me tell you, let me just answer you straight up. So the program was protracted. This is the maiden one. So we're trying to measure what time, how far should we push. All right. So we began to see drop off the calls at some point. Yeah. Do you get? And then I did a mail to everybody that, okay, Kojo is back, and the number started growing up, right? So, so the number is currently at 75. So that's evident that everybody wants to listen to Kojo. So I just answered you straight up.
So that's helpful. So I will, you've met my brilliant colleague, Diana, who has more control over my diary than I do. Yes. I will, if I will beg her to make the next one work, and then I will be there. But can I say as well, I'm glad people, and I realize it may not be everybody, but I'm glad that some people found value in it. Can I just thank the audience as well? Because I find these interactions incredibly valuable. We are coming through a really difficult time for everybody with a global pandemic. And I think my previous life was here, there, everywhere. I'm traveling everywhere. And actually, sometimes I don't get the opportunity to travel and engage and speak to people, even have a coffee with as many people as I would like. So these things, even the questions that are coming, help me understand, in this case, graduates and young people, and what's top of mind and what you're thinking about. So I want to say a huge thanks to the audience, and just confirm how valuable I found it as well.
Thank you so much, Kojo. We'll give you ample time to prepare for the next one, so you can schedule for it better. I'll also update Diana as well. Thank you so much for coming, guys. Appreciate it a great deal. Thanks. Appreciate it.
Take care, everyone.
Keep safe. Thank you. Yeah. Yeah, appreciate you guys. Thank you guys for hanging on to the call to this time. This is amazing. This is our maiden edition for Valley Dreams Employability Bootcamp. Next one, we're going to take data, analyze it, and see how we can better improve our this event, and see how we can come up with something more robust and solid so that you can enjoy it better. Thank you so much. Thank you to everyone. Thank you to the team that put this up, everyone who worked with us, even those in different time zones. Thank you, God's love. I don't want to mention names, Leke, Lolade, Ngozi, Yinka, Tanimomo, Pastor Moefe, Frank, Femi, everybody, those who are Moji, those who are not on the call at the moment. I really appreciate you guys. Let me bring in Leke to draw the curtain, and then we'll update you guys. Please fill the, Leke, you can put on your camera. Please fill the, what's it called? The surveys. The surveys are in the chat room. Odia, please let's drop the survey on the chat room. Then go fill the form as well. Go fill the, what's it called? The mentoring system form, so that we can track your information and get back to you as regards how the mentoring is going to be. So I'm leaving you in the hands of Leke. Leke is my good friend. He's an amazing guy as well. He's a CFA in the making. He's our head of partnership. So Leke, it's over to you. You have the floor. Thank you, Leke.
Thanks, Okwe. It's been a great session with everyone. Just want to use this opportunity to say a quick thanks to everyone for joining us. It's been amazing having each and every one of you over the last couple of days. And even more so, thanks to Kodjo for sharing his inspiring stories and taking our time to chat with us. Amazing fireside chat. And even more so to everyone who shared their stories with all of us, and we got to get pieces and little things, hearing from Odia, hearing from Ngozi, Kofo, each and every one of us today. It's been amazing hearing your stories. And then also just a quick reminder to everyone to please remember to follow our socials. That way you're in the loop of all the things that we're doing, bootcamp sessions, events that we have in the future, and you're rest aware and of everything that's going on. Then I'm not sure if we're going to be sending a survey out, but I think we may be sending a survey out. Please look into your inboxes and just share your feedback so we know how to better align to what's next and what you're thinking about, and provide resources in that element. So finally, we just want to say, keep going, stay focused, and stay healthy, everyone.
Guys, bye, everyone. You can say bye on the chat room. You guys don't want to leave again. People are not dropping off the call. You can say bye. You can just say something in the chat. All right. We'll send the surveys to your email. If it's not in the chat already, we'll send it to your email. I'm trying to look for it in the chat, but if it's not there, then send it to your inbox. So for mentors and organizers, so let's just I'm going to drop the calls so you guys can follow the, what's it called? The attendees link to convert again, so that we can just quickly discuss one or two things. 5 minutes, going to be a quick one. All right. Thank you. So Fawole, you can shut the meeting, close it.